Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Hare Krishna. It's a beautiful day today because we have Lord Krishna on our side. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Isn't that wonderful? God, in the midst of a battle, it's still amazing, man. Just chanting and to have Krishna's association. So that's enough for everything. Yeah, okay. So let's see, get the microphone here. There we go. Okay, so let's see. Let's get the links out here. I don't know if the previous links work. Maybe they do. Okay, I see Lilita and Christina. Put them in your in the messenger here. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Put them on the 18 here first. 18. Also in the Krishnas. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. So it's in the 18 and Krishnas. And who else? Let's see. Where is this? Krishna, Krishna, Hare. Here we go. Oops. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. I'll be right there. Okay, let's see. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Okay, I put it in Christina's thing. Okay, I'll be right there, but I'm doing something on another page here. Okay, let's see who's here. Oh, Lilita, you made it. Okay, great. Hey, good morning. Can't hear you. Oh yeah, maybe it's me. Let's see. It's probably me. Let's see. Okay, my sound is up. Oh, it still could be me. Let's see. Still, this me. You know that word "me" sounds so foreign now. Sounds like another lifetime or something. Another person or alias. Real time. There you go. Yeah, you're yeah. Okay. I hear you now. Okay. Yeah. Your eye still is it better? All right.
It's much better, but it's not finished. But it's much better.
Okay, good. That's good. Yeah. All right. Okay, and so yeah, okay, I gave it to Christina Johans, and I'll put it up here. How did you use the link from a previous time, or how does it work?
No, it doesn't work with Be Live. You can use it from a previous time, not with this. No, in the Krishnas,
Oh, you got it in the Krishnas. So everybody join the Krishnas because it's easy for me. I can just put the link out there,
Yeah.
and then you can pick it up. Otherwise, I have to go individually to everybody, and they just
Oh no.
okay.
No.
Everybody, join the Krishnas, please, or
Yeah.
the A-team Krishnas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, one of those at least. Yeah, Krishnas is good. Yeah, so I'll remember that. Put it out there. All right, so let's meet up with you know who. The party. Let's get this party going. No link visible from here. Go to the Krishnas. Oh, Anita. Welcome there, Anita. Here she is. She's going to chant with us. All right. Krishna, Krishna, Hari, 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 Rama, Hari, Rama. Rama, Rama, Hari, 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 Krishna, Hare, Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hari,
Rama.
Rama, Hari, 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 Krishna, Hare, Krishna. Yeah. Yeah, Anita, I think there's what's going on with her microphone? What do you think?
Please mute yourself.
Yeah, you might have to mute your mic because it's not working good. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Yeah.
Can you
There
hear
you go.
me? Can you hear me?
Now I hear you. Now I hear you. Yeah, before it was kind of scratchy or something, but it's okay now. I think.
Okay.
I think
Good
it's
morning.
okay. I think it's. Yeah, welcome. Thank you for coming.
Hi, Lalita.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare
Guru
Krishna.
Maharaj,
Hey,
you will mute me.
huh? What?
You will mute me if I am
Okay,
disturbing.
yeah, it's okay. It's working okay now. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. We got this cool guy with sunglasses on. Let's get him up here. There you go. Krishna, Krishna. He's a cool dude, man. Oh, got another up here. Let's see. Karuna Sindhu. Karuna, all right. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare Hare. Right. Hey, what are you doing? You got a microphone like me, you copycat. Krishna, Krishna, Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Hare
Rama, Rama, Hare Hare
Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare Rama,
Krishna Hare Hare Rama
Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna. Yeah, I'm sharing the link on my timeline too.
Hare Rama Rama Rama
There's too much echo. Too much echo.
Rama, Rama, Hare 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 Krishna.
Can I mute
Hare
myself? Maybe.
Krishna. Why? Is it something wrong?
Yeah, he says echo. Tom says too much echo.
Okay, let me check it out. Keep chanting, everybody. I'll check it out.
Okay. Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Yeah, if you got echo over there, it's your thing over there because of how many things you got going over there. It's okay here. Krishna, Krishna, Hare. So, Karuna, you have to take care of your thing. Krishna,
Yes,
Krishna,
maybe
Hare
it was from this side. My mistake. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Okay.
Hare Krishna.
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Hare Rama, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare
Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Yeah, if you guys have any power of echo, just lower your sound. Lower your actual speakers. Just low, you know.
Krishna, Krishna, Hare
I don't have echo.
Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari Ram
Hare Rama
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 Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Hari
Rama
Ram Hari
Rama
Ram
Hare Hare Hare
Rama
Krishna
Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hari
Hare
Ram
Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hari
Hare
Ram
Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Ram Hari
Hare
Ram
Hare
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Ram Hari
Hare
Ram
Rama
Rama Rama Hari Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Ram Hari Ram
Hare
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Rama Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hari
Hare
Ram
Rama Hare
Rama
Rama
Rama Hari Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hari
Hare
Ram
Hare Rama
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 Hare
Hari Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Ram Hari
Hare
Ram
Rama
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Ram Hari
Hare
Ram
Hare
Rama Rama Hari Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Ram Hari
Hare
Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hari
Hare
Ram
Hare
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hari
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hari
Hare
Ram
Hare
Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Rama
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hari
Hare
Ram Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari Krishna Woo Krishna 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 Hari Hari Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Ram Hari Ram Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hari Hari
Krishna
Hari
Krishna Hare
Rama Rama
Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hare Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hare Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hare Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hare Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
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 Rama Hari
Hari
Rama 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 Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hari Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hari
Rama Hari Rama
Hari
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna
Hare
Hari
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari Hari
Rama
Hari Krishna
Hare
Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hari 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 Ram.
Hare
Whoa,
Krishna
Krishna.
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hari
Ram
Hari Hari Ram,
Rama
Hari
Rama Hare
Ram,
Hare Krishna
Rama Ram, Hari Hari Hari
Krishna
Krishna, Hari
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna.
Rama Rama
Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Rama, Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, 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 Hari Hari. Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari. Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, 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 Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama, Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Rama, Hari Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Ram, Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Hare
Ram,
Ram Hare Ram
Rama,
Rama
Hari Hari,
Rama
Hare
Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hari
Krishna
Hari,
Hare
Hari
Hare
Ram,
Hare Ram Hare Ram Rama
Rama, Hari
Rama
Hari, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari,
Hare
Ram,
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Rama,
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna. Oh my Lord Krishna. Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Rama, Hari Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hari
Krishna
Hari Rama, Hari
Rama Rama
Hari Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hari Rama.
Rama Rama
Oh my
Hare
Lord Krishna. Krishna.
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna.
Krishna
Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Woo!
Ram
Krishna.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Rama
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama, Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Rama
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Rama
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna.
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hari Hari
Krishna,
Hari
Hari
Ram
Hari,
Hari
Hari Rama, Hari Rama,
Ram
Rama Rama,
Hari
Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hari Ram Hari Ram Ram
Rama
Hari
Rama,
Hari
Hari Hari,
Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hari
Krishna,
Hari
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hari Ram Ram Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram
Hari Rama, Hari Rama.
Ram Ram Hari Hari
Rama
Krishna
Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari Hari
Hari
Hari
Rama
Ram
Hari
Hari
Rama
Ram
Rama
Ram
Rama Hari Hari Hari
Hari
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
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 Rama
Ram
Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Rama
Ram
Hari
Ram
Hari Hari Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari
Ram
Rama
Ram
Rama Hari
Ram
Hari Hari Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari
Hari
Rama
Ram
Rama Hari
Ram
Hari Om
Hare
Krishna.
Krishna
Oh my
Krishna
Lord Krishna. Oh my Lord Krishna. Oh Krishna. Krishna. Oh my Lord Krishna. Oh my Lord Krishna. Oh my Lord Krishna. Oh my Lord Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hari 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 Ram, Hari Ram, Rama Rama, Hari 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari 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 Ram, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari 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 Ram, Hari Rama, Rama Rama,
Ram
Hari
Ram
Hari
Hare
Hari
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hari 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 Ram, Hari Rama, Rama
Hare
Rama, Hari
Ram
Hari
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hari
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hari Hari
Rama,
Hari
Hare
Ram, Hari
Rama, Rama Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare.
Hari 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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare.
Ram Hari Ram
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama
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 Rama,
Hari
Hare
Hari Hari
Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hari Hari
Hari
Hari
Hari
Ram
Krishna Hare Hare.
Ram
Rama Rama Hari Hari
Hare
Hari
Rama, Hare
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 Rama,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare. Hare Rama, Hare
Whoa
Rama,
Krishna
Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare.
Hari Ram Hari Rama
Hare
Rama
Rama, Hare
Rama Hari
Rama,
Hari Hari
Rama
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hari
Krishna, Hare
Hari Hari
Krishna,
Ram Hari Rama
Krishna Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama Hari
Hare.
Hari Hari
Rama,
Krishna Hari
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Rama, Hare
Hari Hari
Hare.
Hari Ram Hari Rama
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Hari Hari
Krishna,
Hari Krishna Hari Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna Hari 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 Ram Hari
Rama,
Rama
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama Hari Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama,
Krishna Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Hari
Hare
Ram Hari
Krishna,
Rama Rama
Krishna
Rama
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Hari Hari
Hare.
Krishna Hari Krishna
Rama,
Krishna
Hare Rama,
Krishna Hari 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 Ram
Rama
Hari
Rama,
Rama
Hare Hare.
Rama Rama Hari Hari Hari
Krishna,
Krishna Hari Krishna Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna Hari
Hare.
Hari Hari Ram Hari Rama
Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari
Rama Rama,
Krishna
Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Ram Hari
Krishna,
Rama
Hare Krishna,
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare. Rama, Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna Hari Hari Hari
Rama
Ram Hari
Rama,
Rama
Hare Hare.
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Ram Hari
Krishna,
Rama
Hare Hare.
Rama Rama
Rama,
Hari
Hare
Hari Hari
Rama,
Krishna Hari Krishna
Rama
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Hari Hari
Hare.
Hari Ram Hari Rama
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama Hari Hari
Krishna,
Hari Krishna Hari Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama
Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari
Rama Rama,
Krishna
Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Ram Hari
Krishna,
Rama
Hare Krishna,
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Hari
Rama,
Ram
Hare
Hari Rama
Rama,
Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Hari Krishna
Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama
Hare Krishna,
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama
Rama
Hari Rama
Rama,
Rama Rama Hari Hari Hari
Rama
Krishna
Rama
Hare
Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hari Hari. Give me some likes here. We got 7 people here and only 1 like. Come on, man, wake up. We want this to go out to people so they see it, man. You got 1 like. Come on, man. Wake up.
Hare Krishna,
Not everybody has to do it. Only those who really from their heart think we're doing a good job.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hari Hari. No force here. Only if, but you know, sometimes you guys forget, so just put it up there. I also forget. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama. This is a social credit score, you know. We'll take away your privileges if we don't get any likes here. Oh, they're going up. I got 1 extra one. Great. All right. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama,
Rama
Hare Hare.
Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama
Hare Krishna,
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hari
Rama Hare Rama,
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. And if you actually love this program, I see the hearts coming up, then I know you're making spiritual advancement. Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Hari
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Hari
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare
Rama
Krishna
Rama, Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama
Hare Krishna,
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Rama Hari Rama
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Rama
Krishna,
Rama Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare.
Hari Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
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 Rama,
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama Rama Hari Hari Hari
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Hare Hare
Rama
Rama Rama Hari 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 Hare
Rama,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama Hare
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Jesus
Hare,
Srila Prabhupada
Hare
Nityananda
Rama,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Shri Krishna
Prabhu
Chaitanya,
Nityananda Shri
Prabhu
Advaita
Nityananda,
Gadadhar
Shri
Shivasati
Chaitanya,
Gaura
Shri
Bhaktivinoda
Vasadi Gaura Bhaktavinoda, Shri
Jesus
Krishna
Srila Prabhupada Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Shri Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya
Chaitanya,
Jesus Srila Prabhupada Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shivasadi Gora Bhaktivinda, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Nityananda, Nityananda, Shri Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya, Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Nityananda.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Hare Rama,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya, Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Nityananda, Nityananda,
Shri Krishna,
Nityananda,
Shri Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Shri
Krishna Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Govinda, Govinda,
Shri Krishna
Govinda,
Chaitanya, Shri Chaitanya, Shri
Govinda.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Krishna
Hare
Chaitanya,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Shri
Hare,
Krishna
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Shri
Rama
Krishna
Rama, Hare Hare.
Shri Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Chaitanya,
Hare Krishna,
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare
Shri
Rama,
Krishna
Hare Rama,
Chaitanya,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Shri
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Chaitanya,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Shri
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Shri
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Shri
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Shri
Krishna, Hare Hare.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Shri
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna Chaitanya,
Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna,
Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Shri Krishna,
Chaitanya.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Hare
Shri
Krishna,
Krishna, Shri
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare Rama,
Shri
Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare Rama,
Rama,
Rama Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama
Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare, Rama, Hare
Rama,
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 Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna
Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari
Hare
Rama
Hare Rama Rama
Hari Hari Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama
Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hari
Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
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 Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Rama Rama
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama
Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari Rama
Hare
Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama
Rama
Rama Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari 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 Rama Rama
Rama
Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hari
Hare
Rama
Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna Hari Rama
Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare Hare Rama
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 Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna
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 Hari Hari
Hare
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari Krishna Hari
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Rama Hari
Hare Rama Rama
Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna Hari
Krishna
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 Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari Rama
Hare Rama
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 Hari
Rama
Hari Krishna
Hare
Hari Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari Rama
Hare Hare Rama Rama
Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Rama Rama Rama
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Rama
Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Jaya
Krishna
Jaya Sri
Krishna
Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhaktavinda
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Okay,
I
I
cannot
think you
see
have to
myself.
mute your microphones because I'm hearing some static or something.
I'm leaving.
Okay, Johan, is it? Yeah, you're Yo. Okay, everybody's muted. Yeah, just I think one more. Okay, good. All right. All right. So yeah, Chaitanya Bhagavat. Yeah, it's getting a little bit harder to find the books on the internet. I got a new computer, so I have to get everything again that I had before. Okay, what do we got here? Hey, Christina made this. Okay, mute your little microphone, Christina. There we go. Okay, is this it? Nope. Okay, the description of Murari Gupta's glories. This is chapter 20 in Chaitanya Bhagavat. Glory, glory to the fair lion, who is the son of Sachi. Glory, glory to the fair lion, who is the son of Sachi. Glory to the Lord, whose feet remove all sufferings. Glory to the Lord, whose feet remove all sufferings. He's so true. Glory, glory to the Lord, whose feet remove all sufferings. Glory to the Lord, who is the life and master of Gadadhar. Glory, glory to the life, who is the master of Gadadhar. O Lord, please be merciful to me. Please allow my heart to stay always at your feet. O Lord, please be merciful to me and allow my heart to stay always at your feet. O Lord, please be merciful to me and allow my heart to always stay at your feet. Oh, my Lord, you're so great. looking at the devotees and his heart filled with love. Looking at the devotees and his heart filled with love. Lord Chaitanya danced, sang, wept, and laughed. Lord Chaitanya danced, sang, wept, and laughed, every day accompanied by his devotees. Lord Chaitanya enjoyed many blissful pastimes. Every day accompanied by his devotees, Lord Chaitanya enjoyed many blissful pastimes. One day, accompanied by Nityananda, Lord Chaitanya went to Srivasa's home and enjoyed many pastimes there. At that time, Murari Gupta also came and offered obeisances to Lord Chaitanya's feet. Then he offered obeisances to Nityananda's feet. Then he stood before the two effulgent lords. Very pleased at heart with Murari Gupta, Lord Chaitanya honestly said to him, Murari, you did not act rightly. You offered obeisances in the wrong way. Must I teach you? Do you not know? Why do you jump over the rules of etiquette? Murari replied, Lord, what do I know? Lord, what do I know? Maury replied, Lord, what do I know? I simply follow my heart. Lord Chaitanya said, Good, good. For now, go home. Tomorrow I will explain everything to you. Feeling both joy and fear, Maury respectfully left. He returned home and went to sleep. In a dream, he saw Lord Nityananda, the best of the Vaishnavas. In a dream, he saw Lord Nityananda, the best of the Vaishnavas. In a dream, he saw Lord Nityananda, the best of the Vaishnavas. He saw great serpent hoods hovering over Lord Nityananda's head. He saw a plow and a club in Lord Nityananda's hands. He saw Lord Nityananda's form was like Balaram. Behind Lord Nityananda walked Lord Chaitanya, a peacock feather in his hair. In the dream, Lord Chaitanya smiled and said, Murari, now do you understand? I am younger. Please understand this in your heart. Glancing at Murari, the two lords smiled. In this way, the two brothers taught Murari Then they left. Waking up, Murari wept. Breathing heavily, he called out Nityananda again and again. Nityananda, 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 Nityananda. Again and again he wept. Worried, Murari's saintly wife began chanting Krishna, Krishna. Understanding, Nityananda is the elder brother. Murari happily went to Lord Chaitanya's home. The lotus-eyed Lord Chaitanya was seated, and Lord Nityananda, his face filled with happiness, was at his right. Murari bowed down before Lord Nityananda's feet. Then he bowed down before Lord Chaitanya's feet. Smiling, Lord Chaitanya said, Murari, why did you do that? Murari replied, Lord, I only follow as a dry straw. I only follow as a dry straw moves in the wind. So all living beings are subject to your supreme power. As a dry straw moves in the wind, so all living beings are subject to your power. Lord Chaitanya said, Murari, you are very dear to me. Lord Chaitanya said, Murari, you are very dear to me. Lord Chaitanya said, Murari, you are very dear to me. That is why I have opened my heart to you. In this way, Lord Chaitanya revealed the truth about himself to Murari Gupta. On the Lord's left was dear devotee Gadadhar, who held betel nuts in his hand. Lord Chaitanya said, Murari is the first of my servants. Speaking these words, the Lord took some chewed betel nuts and gave it to Murari. Then Murari respectfully took it in his hands, chewing them. Murari became wild in bliss. Lord Chaitanya said, Murari, wash your hands. Murari wiped his hands on his head. Lord Chaitanya said, now you have become a low-class wretch. You placed my remnants on your body. Now Lord Chaitanya entered the mood of being the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Gnashing his teeth, he said, in Varanasi lives a sannyasi named Prakrishananda. In Varanasi lives a sannyasi named Prakrishananda, and again this wretch cuts me into pieces. In his mind he thinks it is good to cut me apart. He teaches Vedanta, but he does not give importance to my form. I have placed leprosy in his body, but he still does not understand. Oops. Got everybody here. Let's see. 6 and 2, 4, 6. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't give importance to my form. See, in his mind, and that is really the essence. And people think it's not like give importance to my form like the deity, necessarily. Not everybody, I mean, I'm not a deity. I just no. The form, the form of the Lord is the deepest revelation about who God is. See, the form of the Lord is the conception. See, the concept, the pure concept that reveals the truth about who Krishna is, So the form of the Lord is his name. Okay, one thing. His name is pastimes, qualities. See, they describe his characteristics, and these are eternal. Okay? So the Mayavadi types, they don't give importance to the form. They just talk about things that they say, oh, the form is either it's irrelevant or it's temporary. See? So some way to get people, just because of that's their level, is people believe in their conception, and therefore the blind, you're that at that level of blindness, and have blind followers who believe your word. That is your God. See? A misconception about who God is. Some level of misconception. That's why I like the Vaishnava Siddhanta. It's so clear. Can you imagine? See, that's once every 4,320,000,000 years does Lord Chaitanya come to this planet and bestow such clear truths. See, that that people can't even understand or even dream about. These such clear truths. So that's the form of the Lord. See, that's the teachings of Lord Chaitanya are basically that, talking about, who what his form is about, what he likes, what he doesn't like. See, transcendentally, there's likes and dislikes. In the material world, there's likes and dislikes. But the Lord's likes and dislikes are transcendental, and they're all likable, even his dislikes. It's all relishable because it's spiritual. Hey, this is what you see. Even this talk is the form of the Lord, the transcendental form of the Lord. That's why you have to hear it from those whose God is that form. See, that word, those truths that are relished and tasted. You got to hear from those devotees. See, and then you can begin to also relish that form and go beyond speculation. Speculation means you don't give importance to that form when it's so important. It's so relishable. It's so ecstatic, so blissful. Can you tell anybody out there? Do you see Eckhart Tolle experiencing a happiness like here? Do you see anybody? And do you see any Vaishnavas experience the happiness that you see in this kind of sangha, this excessive bliss? Anywhere. See, that's where you want to know what the form of the Lord is. You see the most ecstatic persons on this planet, the most rapturous persons on this planet, is that form is revealed to them and only them. Otherwise, people are relishing various forms of the Lord. See, now this is the contradiction. This is the paradox. See, and here we'll resolve it. Yeah, various forms of the Lord. See, the greatest, most treasure relishable truth is the very intimate truth about God's greatest happiness, his greatest pleasure, his greatest truth. See? So that makes one most ecstatic if you can experience that, if you can understand that. See? If it may, and that understanding is based on your ecstasy. See? And that comes through the line. Those people who have faith in that truth about God, that level. See? And that is the way, that's the path. See, and that's the life, is that happiness that you get in realizing that true form of God, the ultimate form. Yeah. So Lord Chaitanya says, yeah, this Varanasi, see, now, isn't it interesting he named the guy? You notice people, they don't like to do that because, boy, you start naming people. Oh, the false ego gets really rattled. You notice the naming thing? Why should I do anything different than my Lord? If he names people by name, there is a guy there named Prakrishananda Saraswati and Devananda Pandit. Persons. See, they become Bhagavatam examples. Like we have in time, place, and circum 2021. We have our examples too, right? And we discuss them. It's like having chess pieces so we can play this game. You know, you got to have a chess. So everybody has their role, you know. See, this Leela has to live again. You see it? You see how it's living again? Right? We got to just play. You know, people, they think, "Oh, go Hardy. Why don't you just beat around the bush? Why don't you just be a little bit general? Just speak general." Yeah, then you get a nebulous, a general understanding. No, it's personal philosophy, right? Personalized, man. You're a person out there. You represent something. And what is it you represent? That is what needs to be known. Because a lot of people misrepresenting. You know, that's the way of the world. No, we have to identify if something is not transcendental. Then it can go away. It can be exercised out of our consciousness. And that may be an actual person. It usually is. They're an imposter. You gotta watch out for the imposters right there, Karuna. We don't want any imposters in our life here. Yeah, and you know, and so you know that's pretty difficult to understand that dream of Mora. You have to be in ecstasy to understand that dream. You know, what is this that I'm younger? Don't you understand that now? I know all of you thinking, no, I don't understand that. But Murari did. He was in ecstasy. See, because Lord Chaitanya, it's always the same teaching, man. Lord Chaitanya said, because you're very dear to me, I'm going to tell you these things. See, dearness is synonymous with loving ecstasy, loving devotional ecstasy worship, right? Because you're really dear to me because of that, man. You make me the most happy. Man, I have so few devotees that are dear to me that make me really happy in this universe. Hey, this is Vrindavan consciousness. Yeah, Lord, you know. Yeah, man. I make you happy because it makes me happy, man. I like your happiness, man. I don't think there's anything right. Do you like his happiness there, Lolita? It's great. It's his happiness. It's like that saint. You know, there's a saint in Saints of Raj book. It's a really good story. And so anyway, this Siddha saint, he finally realizes Radha and Krishna, and they come to him and bestow a boon on him. They say, well, what do you want there, Krishnadas? And he looked at him. He says, I want your happiness. And they smiled at each other and said, wow, that's really intelligent. He asked for the best benediction. He wants our happiness. He's going to steal our happiness. No. See, he never decreased. They never decrease. They want to give their happiness. That's why Lord Chaitanya came here 550 years ago. He wanted to give us his happiness because he doesn't decrease. It only increases his happiness. And of course, our happiness too. He came to give us his happiness. His happiness is devotional potency, Shuddha Bhakti, love of God. See? That's why he loves his devotees. They make him happy. They experience love for him. See? And that's his love. You know, and it awakens in their heart. Now I'm one down, 10 zillion more to go. There's so many, you know, Narada Muni's going to preach forever. He'll never run out of living entities to talk to wake them up. so that they can be happy with the Lord's happiness, which is the greatest thing. It's transcendental. It's this is what people get a demonstration here. You can see devotees experiencing the Lord happiness, and you can see how many people are still dum-dums in this world. In Vaishnavism, gurus included, most of them. Oh, what's going over there and go hard Sangha over there? What's going on? What's going on? No, he's supposed to be here and give a nice, class of real philosophical and juggle the scriptures this way and that way. It's just like watching it. Whoa, boy, that person must be a pure devotee. Look at, they're great jugglers. No, so intellectual, so scholarly and everything. Yeah, and the scriptures are always saying, hey, man, come on, listen, don't you know that's not enough to be a scholar? Scriptures, say chapter 23, Chaitanya Charitamrita, it's not enough to be a scholar. Even great scholars cannot understand the minds and the plans and the feelings and the mentality and the intentions of those who laugh and cry and chant and blissfully, relish in rapture and devotional trance the holy name of the Lord. And people still put them as the leaders of the world, okay? And not the ones that are. Okay? The ones who worship the Lord and relish this devotional ecstasy because they love that form, that they know Krishna's name is him, and they're licking that honey. They're honey lickers. Yeah, like that verse, Chaitanya Charitamrita, even a fallen condition Guru Dev. Oh, I'm so sorry. If you're a honey licker, then you'll be laughing at the joke. If not, you'll be offended. Sorry, man. I'm here to rip off the illusion. If you're not a honey licker, you ain't a bona fide Gaudiya Vaishnava guru to deliver your disciples. And if they're going to you, oh, Gurudev, deliver me. Hey, you're illusioning them. And you're both illusioned. You're an illusion that you can deliver them, and they're illusion that you can deliver them. It's just one big illusion. No. The honey lickers deliver people. Because we're all fallen gurus. If you're not a honey licker, you don't lick the honey of the name of Krishna to the point of ecstasy and tears and bursting with transcendental bliss beyond anything that people can experience in this world from these objects of material things, then you're not a deliverer in this world. It's just a big show. Big show. Prancing around the stage, sitting on high seats. What is this? Don't you want to be delivered, man? You got to get a honey liquor, man. Watch some of Lalita Ganga's classes. She's licking honey all the time. She opens her mouth and the honey's right there, man, all over her face. Look at Christina now, man. She's a honey licker. Good, but you got a new honey liquor. Can you tell everybody? That's licking honey. Look at the realizations coming from that gal. Look at those wild dancing parties she does. Now that's Vrindavan, man. That's Vrindavan candidate, man. Krishna likes persons like that. Wild. See, she even has her leopard skin on today. Like Lord Shiva, he was wearing leopard skin. I think she has some relation there. He also dances wildly, All right. So anyway, so Lord Chaitanya said that Mara, see, don't you understand now after seeing the Lord Chaitanya was behind Nityananda? See, he said, don't you see now I'm younger, so you pay your obeisances there to Nityananda. He's older. He's more mature. See, this is a very important point, very secret. Only if you have devotional ecstasy can you know that. No one else can know. And you got to have a lot of it, actually, not just a little to understand that one. Yeah, see, Lord Chaitanya is younger. See, the more mature devotee is the Nityananda and their servants. That's parampara. And the younger one is Krishna in your heart. First, he has to be born by the word spoken by the servants of Nityananda. See? So that then the baby is there. See? So the guru, the Lord is saying, well, your Guru Dev is older. I'm younger in your heart, man. He's gotta nurture me. I empower him to help, or her, whatever you are. It doesn't matter, body, girl, male, female. We're equal. Krishna's equal opportunity, actually. All he does is if he awakens in your heart and matures, he'll use you to deliver the world. See? So you're a servant of Nityananda. He's older. See? Younger. Hasn't even barely, not even, in many people's hearts, not even awakened. Not even born. He has to go through the birth canal, up in here, into the heart. And, oh, wow, my whole reality has changed, man. Devotion. When that happened to me with Jesus, he's older. God comes up into the heart and exploded. Oh, wow, look at this. Devotion, love, compassion. Whoa, this is a new experience. I never experienced anything like that. See, going through the older, more mature parampara leaders, can you imagine now in Vaishnavism, most haven't even been born. Most gurus haven't been born. They don't even know anything about this. Just like the Pharisees 2,000 years ago. You think they were all like also sitting in the high seats, looking really good with their version of orange cloth, white robes, long beards, looking like Moses. See? But they weren't even born. They didn't even know what is being born again, man. Yeah, ask any Vaishnavas, what does it mean to be born again? Ask gurus, man. Ask them, ask a guru. Ask any of them. What does it mean to be born again? They don't know. What are you born again? I had one disciple went to this alleged highest guru on this planet. And he said, Gaurahari, I felt this Holy Spirit around Gaurahari, and is there any Holy Spirit? And he goes, nah, no. The highest guru, so-called. That's why I say, what is it to me? These guys mean nothing to me. And that's the good fortune, because I have no faith in people that don't have God in their heart alive and awakened. And that's the good fortune of people that I have no faith in that. Because if you have any faith in that, that's how Maya's got you. How much Maya's got you. I don't have faith in Maya, man. I don't have faith in those who are imitators and imposters. If you do, that's your weakness. That's why some people leave here. They have faith in those who haven't realized God. Therefore, you can't taste the ecstasy that the devotees in here are tasting. They have faith in the truth, man. They have faith in real devotees that are dear to the Lord. Okay? And then, then there you go, man. Maya can't touch you. Maya's always like trying to nag you. She's a nag. Oh, well, what about this guy? He's probably, maybe he is. See? And then you feel, this weakness of heart thing. I got no faith in that, man. And hey, if you're a pure devotee and you have ecstasy, well, great. Then you'll know what I'm talking about. If you don't know what I'm talking about, or you're offended and all that, you just got a big false ego. Better be rid of it. And then you can know something. Otherwise, you're in a big illusion about yourself. You're a legend in your own mind, not in my mind, not in the mind of Prabhupada and real devotees. They can't defend themselves here, but this guy can. I can defend them, defend their conceptions and truths. Bhakti Siddhantas, he was really, he would see some dirt, some stuff, and he would comment on it all the time. All right. So anyway, Lord Chaitanya is younger in the heart, and he's awakened by the bona fide spiritual master who represents Nityananda now. Nityananda was here. He was like the original guru, and he was here. They started all off. They started, and then they give it into the hands of their disciples who are matured. They mature, and then you understand things as they are, and then you preach those conceptions. Okay? Otherwise, you're trying to jump over to God. See, this is what people try to do. They want to jump right over into Radha and Krishna or Lord Chaitanya without going through the bona fide shiksha process. They want to jump over. Oh, yeah, let's just go directly. And so the Lord's teaching, don't you see? You pay your obeisances first to the bona fide spiritual master who represents Krishna and Lord Chaitanya. Them first, and then the Lord. Don't jump over them. And that's what people do here. They're all worshiping Radha and Krishna. A lot of them need shiksha. Most, 99.9% of Vaishnavas need more shiksha. That's what I see. They need more shiksha. They need to understand this point. They're still trying to jump over. You got to find if you don't chant the holy name like Nityananda in ecstasy, then you need shiksha. You need shiksha from a mature devotee who represents that ecstatic love and is not wishy-washy about it here. Not, I gotta hide it and all that, because it's so confidential. Well, nobody will ever know whether you're bona fide or not. You can't get people over doubt that you're authorized. Here we teach you, we show you this ecstatic word. Nityananda showed people. Yes, but a person's bona fide, never seen ecstasy like that. And then taught about it. Yes, this is actually, then the books are all written. See, the Siddhanta, this ecstasy is good. It's better than good. It's transcendental. It liberates you from the cycle of birth and death. And if you don't have it, I don't care how big a guru you are in the world and appearing so great and illustrious, if you're not an ecstatic devotee, you're nada in the spiritual world. Nothing. You're not even awake. But here in the world, this is called Maya. This is what was offered to Jesus and he didn't take in the desert. But you took it. The devil, the illusion said, make an illusion that you're so great. And people here, the fools will worship you. The neophytes will worship you thinking you're so great because I'll make you appear austere. I'll give you the crafty intelligence by hook or crook. You be in the position of Guru Dev or something. Teacher. Hey, this is what illusion does. Maya does. Okay? You got to follow the real path. Like, hey, man, I never went for this job. I just kept being a honey licker for years, man. I was just licking the honey, and then somebody just comes. And then it all starts there, and then Prabhupada comes, and it's like started a sequence, man. The Lord didn't, just waited for there was some maturity there, licking the honey, and then you can begin to understand this, the real process, and teach it. People think that's a fault here, that I'm teaching the real process so people can get into Vrindavan. They think it's very faulty. That's called illusion. That's what people are doing in the world now. That's what the Lord's illusion does. He does it in religion. He illusions people through religion, because these people don't know. They're just boasters. They're just, but they can't boast the truth. See, they just boast illusions. See, so it's the honey lickers that lick the honey of the name of Lord Chaitanya and Radha and Krishna that are actually the authorities in this world. See, they're the ones who represent the real revelation that Lord Chaitanya brought, because he started it first. He was a honey licker. He licked the honey of the name of Radha and Krishna. See, and from that came that all those teachings. He inspired all those devotees and empowered them to expound on the greatest philosophy that's ever hit this planet. And people that don't recognize that are still not awake. See, it's such a great philosophy that unless you get the mercy of the Lord through coming in the right way, you still can't understand it or really represent it. People don't really represent the true philosophy of Lord Chaitanya until they get the mercy. That's why these devotees usually have to be sent, and they wake up very easily and quickly. Just like here, many people coming here, they've been working on this for God knows how long. And they just come and they just kind of wake up pretty quick. You notice that? Some longer. Some still trying, doubtful. I don't know. Maybe the world is good. I don't know, So they got to go through that for 10, 20 years. Doesn't matter. You're in hey, at least you found the place, man. And you keep coming, you still get you get inspired, and you get more free, and if all you have to do is just hold on, and you'll see your happiness will increase more and more. See, but it's the world doesn't make our happiness increase. That's what you start to see. I start to see, this world is not making my happiness increase. The happiness of sense gratification is not making my happiness increase. It's just like Krishnadas Kaviraj. I see more and more it's cheating me in every way. It's weakening. But, what are you going to do? We got bodies. And at least I just, every day just dip into this reality, just happily chant the holy name in bliss and ecstasy with this fantastic mercy that seems to come around here every day. And all is well. And gets more well all the time. And these people in the world, I look at them, they're just trying to develop their lives in the material world. God. Here we're developing our spiritual life just by chanting the holy names and following the path Lord Chaitanya started. Yeah, everybody chant the holy names. It's a great thing. Let me show you. If we were there 500 years ago, you see him chanting in ecstasy, licking all this honey from the name. You got to be inspired by that. Isn't that the secret here? You see the devotees chanting holy name and just licking all that honey. It's sincere. It's genuine. It's true. And that's, man, let's become honey lickers. Yeah, that's the truth, man. On the deepest level. That's the highest truth, and we distinguish from illusion. That's practice with the illusion. If you're a honey licker, that means spontaneous love of God is awakened in your heart. See, that is the highest truth. That is the greatest goal. There ain't anything beyond that. Nothing. No greater treasure in this universe. You can go all over this heavenly planets, hellish planets, earthly planets, and there is no more perfect, greatest treasure than spontaneous devotional love of God. That's why the Lord came here, right? 500 years show that personally. And we're connected with that. We're connecting with that. We're dedicating ourselves to that. Come on, how can you not be inspired coming to, where you see and you hear about those glories like a laser beam? And then if you need proof, go out in the world and be a Mayavadi for a while and see if it comes up to this. Be even a Christian. And all their speculations and all their unclarity because they only got this one New Testament. And Jesus even said, I have more to tell you. I'll lead you. The Holy Spirit will lead you unto all truth. And a lot of Christians still won't go. They don't want Shiksha, just like the Vaishnavas and the Gurus. They don't want Shiksha to get this amazing grace coming in this Sangha. Just got to point it out, just get a little perspective on the situation. Go, Hardy, that's getting a little wild today. Well, this bhakti is a little wild, isn't it? Makes you a little wild, a little pesky. A little avant-garde, different. Oh, I don't know, man. In Vaishnavas, we don't hear nobody like that, man. He's not like my guru. He's not like all the gurus. They're all the same, man. Cookie cutter, man. Yeah, they all have the similar line. They all got together and said, we're going to say this. We're going to do this. We're going to say that. We're going to keep something here, so that we, some uniformity. We got to keep conformity, uniformity. That's what they did with the Bible. They got together. They took this Bible thing and let's get a kind of something that sounds kind of the same. Not that it was the truth. We just got to make it like so it's kind of the, so nobody gets confused about the individual worship of each person of Jesus. A lot, there's so many testaments about Jesus. And they cut out many different ones because, well, it doesn't, we got to, there was one though that didn't fit. You know what that one is? The book of John. It's a complete, different kind of perspective. It's the more deeper. That's why I always liked the book of John better, because it was a deep esoteric thing and not so much historical. The same thing with Prabhupada's books. You can look at, there's the deep revelations and realizations he has, and then there's some historical perspective. This is for everybody. A lot of people that are superficial worshipers and neophytes, they like the historical stuff, right? Yeah, let me tell you, this was this and this and this and history, and the others like the more esoteric understanding about bhakti and devotion and spontaneous love of God is the highest goal, and you get it this way, like that. They like that. I like that. Oops. Okay. Got off on a tangent a bit. All right. He teaches Vedanta, but he does not give importance to my form. I have placed leprosy in his body, but still he does not understand. The numberless universes all reside in my body. So it's interesting. The Lord spoke this in anger. He was very angry. See? But people are more interested in what they speculate on, what is a devotee or what is God and everything. They can't just see things as they are. In his anger, he was revealing the truth. See? This is why you shouldn't misunderstand here. Because it's always, this is how you learn about Lord Chaitanya. You'll see the same kind of things happen here. Often there's anger coming through this fool here. But, what is there any truth in what's being said? That's the thing. What is the truth coming in that vehicle? Maybe a little more powerful, a little more, in different moods. Is there a truth coming through there? Or you bewildered by, oh, this is anger. Must be material. It can't be bona fide. See? The Lord spoke many truths, sometimes softly and sometimes boom, anger. Oh, look at this. Oh, let me show you. Let me give you a little slight demonstration. You cannot even imagine how angry the Lord spoke this stuff here. But I'll give you just a little demonstration, reading it with some embellishment and some. Where is this here? Is that it? Nope. Now, Lord Chaitanya entered the mood of being the Supreme Personality of Godhead, gnashing his teeth. He said, in Varanasi lives a sannyasi named Prakrishananda. Again and again, that wretch cuts me into pieces. I don't like this. In his mind, he thinks it is good to cut me apart. And let's look at our perspective of human. Do you like to be cut apart? Do you like to be torn apart? Does that feel good? No. And the Lord said, that doesn't feel good. You tear apart my transcendental form that will deliver the universe. Faith in my name will deliver people to Vrindavan and cut their bonds of birth and death. This Mayavadi crapola won't. Okay? Like that. And he's not finished. He teaches Vedanta. He does not give importance to my form, my name, my fame, my pastimes, my qualities. He thinks they're illusion. I have placed leprosy in his body, that wretch. But still, he does not understand. The numbers of universes reside in my body. Still, this wretch says my body is only an illusion. How can I tolerate this? So he spoke this with anger, and then, he goes to Varanasi, and then the guy was complete. I mean, Krishna, he was completely opposite. He goes to Varanasi, gets these sannyasis. He sits down in a dirty place and says, oh, you guys are so exalted. I shouldn't even sit before you. So he says this. This is one part, and the other part was he cheated them into listening to him. Okay, and delivered them because they became open and they thought, wow, he's really a humble person, But he had this other side. See, both sides are very important, right? You got to see that. That's Gurudev. They're going to teach you that. They're going to represent the pastime verbally and by their actual deeds and actions. The Lord will use them to show his nature. Otherwise, you'll never know that. There's no teacher that I've seen that's explained these pastimes like this to such a clear clarity to understand the nature of God. I mean, I didn't even understand. It's just all the Lord's mercy. Okay? Because then we can begin to understand the Lord's nature is so paradoxical. On one hand, he was totally, how's let me go. Then he goes and meets the guy and he's humble as pie. It's amazing, huh? So both moods of the Lord are really perfect because he spoke the Siddhanta in that way, and then by his behavior, he converted them because they would never be able to tolerate that, that kind of, they would never listen. Okay. So everything the Lord teaches in these pastimes is wonderful. Nobody is taught such truths by their word and by their behavior. That's why it's so attractive, so amazing. You learn so much about the essence of all truth, discussing these pastimes. Yeah. So he teaches Vedanta, but he does not give importance to my form. I have placed leprosy in his body, but he still does not understand. The numberless universes all reside in my body. Still, this wretch says my body is an illusion. How can I tolerate this? This is like Mother Yashoda. She looks in the mouth of Krishna, sees everything inside. See? See? This is what is the esoteric meaning of that? We're looking. Our mouth is looking at Krishna. See? When we chant the holy name, we're looking into Krishna through the mouth. See, she's always looking at Krishna, and she's in Krishna, and Krishna showed her that vision just briefly. Actually, everything's in me. That's all we need to know. This is the same thing with Akura. He saw Krishna. He says, and then Krishna said, Krishna said, "Did you see something wonderful there, Akura?" He said, "What is there not to be seen in you? Everything is seen." See, this is what I've been learning through going back and forth from Jesus to Krishna, Jesus, Krishna. Because when I looked in Jesus, I didn't see everything. I didn't see Krishna. Because that's why they don't see Krishna. You notice that? They don't see Krishna in Jesus. Because you're meant to go shiksha to do that. So now, when I look in Krishna and Lord Chaitanya, I see Jesus and I see everything. This is the secret. This has not been revealed before either. Another new one. Thank you, Lord, man. That's why I come every day, man. It is so exciting. I love this treasure. I love collecting valuable jewels. This is a valuable jewel. Okay. You look in Krishna and Lord Chaitanya, see everything. Everything's in there. All these paths you see, just like Krishna says, all these paths are like pearls. All these paths are like pearls on a string upon me. All these paths are upon me like pearls upon strings. Everything, even Christianity, even Muslims, everything. That's why actually in the Lord Chaitanya's deepest expression, everybody was attracted. Even the Muslims would come to him, atheists. Nobody was offended. I mean, even Guru Aparades came to him, and he was so humbled in expressing that. It's just amazing, that one. What was his name? Ramachandra Puri. He offended his guru. He got the rebuke of his guru, and Lord Chaitanya was still, really. He saw everything in Krishna like this, and many of his devotees became like that. They saw everything because they're looking, and they became one devotee was he was so deep he would sing the Bhagavatam in these many different tunes, and he was so rasic, and he was in Vrindavan, and these Vaishnavas would come to him, and he wasn't teaching in the way that an acharya may teach by making distinctions and all that. And they'd come up and say, this Vaishnava, he's doing all these bad things. And he said, I don't want to hear that. No. He just I don't want to hear that. He says, all I see is everybody is a servant of Krishna. Okay? So that's why Prabhupada said, Uttamadikari, if they're in that stage, preaching is not for them. See? But who can be like that? Who can teach like that? You can't. You have to, the Lord will use somebody to teach at different levels. Because people can't just go there, you just can't, When Lord Chaitanya started to get really caught up in the name, and he just wanted to relish constantly, he was Lemmy said, well, who's going to teach bhakti? Who's going to teach people to make these Bhagavatam distinctions? Because who can go just right to Vrindavan without understanding some preliminary things? Okay? Even here, there are people that have faith in Mayavadi philosophy. Some are coming. So who's going to help them make a distinction between? They have to learn the Siddhanta. Otherwise, they think that Mayavad level is the ultimate. Yeah. Okay. So, Murari, you are my servant. What I tell you is the truth. Anyone who does not respect my body will perish. See, and that's why ultimately people, the devotees, the Vaishnavas, in order to progress, they have to give up the hypocrisy. There's a hypocritical level, just like the Pharisees. Well, also in Vaishnavism, that's that way. If you disrespect the body of Krishna's in the form of his name, pastimes, and qualities, if there's some disrespect there, you'll still take another birth. That's perishing. See, you go into the cycle, you stay in the cycle of birth and death. And so how that's shown, when you're ready to be delivered, you meet the bona fide spiritual master, okay? And you get over that hypocrisy. Because there's always hypocrisy. Oh, I love Krishna, I love Krishna. And then Krishna's body comes to you, which is the whole name, right? The holiness. And you see a devotee chanting in ecstasy, and you don't like that. See? Therefore, you will perish because you're only giving lip service. Like, remember, like that verse Johann read the other day? He said, people, they give me respect with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. That's why when you meet the real devotee and you give respect there, now you're getting over hypocrisy. Now you're worshiping the real Krishna. That's why people become ecstatic here. See? Because now it's not just lip service or hypocrisy. You're worshiping Krishna, right? Who's transcendental, right? You're worshiping Prabhupada, who's transcendental. And then you're either worshiping gurus who are not transcendental. That's why hypocrisy stays. See, and hypocrisy goes when you're worshiping Krishna, right? You're worshiping Prabhupada, both transcendental, and the Rupa Goswami and all that. And then when the living devotee comes to test the world, who is a part of that family, and you like them, boom, deliverance. You develop affection for them. Boom, you're delivered. It's that easy. You just got to pass that test. And then you get into the association and you realize, let me remain in this forever. I'm very happy with this. I don't need to go anywhere. And my mind is not so restless anymore, or not restless at all. I just stay here and worship the Lord with great happiness. Inside and protected by real devotees. That's the way it was 550 years ago. That's the way it was after Lord Chaitanya disappeared and there was Narottam and Shyamananda and was there anyway, the third guy too. That's the way it was with the Goswamis. People, when they found that, they found the path, they found the truth, and they found the life. What more does one need? Because if you get it, if you understand this, you cracked it. You opened the safe and you got the treasure. It's what it comes down to now, even. That's why you notice it's like that here. Okay? It's what do you call it? A revival of that. And back then also some people came and they didn't get it, and by destiny, they went away and scattered. Just like here, they go away and they scatter and they just become inconsequential. That's their destiny in this life. People have different destinies. Yeah. But, still, the truth will set us free. The truth gives us solidarity also, and clarity, and clear logic. And, that's the point. Guru is nurturing like that. The Lord is using that guru to uplift the guru and others. Everybody gets, we're all getting, Lily, to put it nicely, he's sucked up to Krishna. We're all getting sucked into that. Like a whirlpool going up into the Lord. So the numberless unit reside. Okay, Amari. Anyone who disrespects, who does not respect my body, will perish. And so that's the whole point of this teaching, is to help devotees understand how to genuinely respect the Lord's body. That's all. We don't have to be anything special. We don't have to be a big sannyasi or somebody important or some austere thing. Just learn how to respect the Lord's body. What is it? What is it, Tom? What is the Lord's body? Test. He'll pass it, and he already knows. What's the Lord's body? Wake him up a little bit.
The Lord's body is sound vibration. Is transcendental sound vibration.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, it's also Satchidananda.
Yes, of course.
See? Yeah, and when that's expressed in this world, you found the Lord's body, man. See, that's the Lord. The Lord's saying, "Hey, man, the Guru Dev is my body. I have these different forms." Chaitanya Charitamrita, chapter 1. One is Krishna. That's my body. Plenary portion, Nityananda, Advaita. That's my body. My body. I own those. These surrender it to me. Didn't Advaita, Nitya, they surrender. Nimai Pandit is my Lord and Master. See? The Lord says, "Oh, he surrendered to me. It's mine." Yeah? That energy, that bhakti potency, bhakti Devi, she's mine. It's me. Oh, and in this world, if you're lucky to see one, the devotee and the spiritual master in my body is me. You give disrespect to my body, you're going to perish. You can cheat yourself. You can cheat your neophyte followers, but you can't cheat Krishna and his real devotees. They're here to help you get over that hump. And it's a big hump. It's a Humpty Dumpty. It'll dump you back into the material world. You'll be dumped back here. Okay. So if you're a honey licker, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But if any of you big farts out there are offended by this preaching, then you don't know. You're nothing to me and nothing to them. And that's just the truth. Might as well hear it, because you probably won't. Your disciples will never say it, and you'll never say it to yourself that you're a big fart. I say I'm a big fart, man. I fart all the time. Big fart. What's wrong with being a big fart? That's why you get the mercy. Not feigned big fart. Oh, I'm just so humble. Then you don't act humble. I had a lot of these humble pie persons come, and steal my students. What kind of humble pie is that? You bullshit yourself and you bullshit the world, but you don't bullshit Krishna and the devotees. They know what you did, what's going on. Maya's a big bullshitter, man. She lies, she cheats, she's crafty. She works through many sannyasis and Brahmins and Pharisee types. Doesn't she? Isn't it? Well, Prabhupada said most of my god brothers, they've still got envy, jealousies, and all that stuff. The neophytes. The Maya working through religion, man. That's why I abandoned it. Who needs religion? I don't need any of these religious leaders full of envy, jealousy, and everything, and then looking like acharyas. See, the lookalikes. I don't need any lookalikes, man. I want the real deal. You want diamonds? I want diamonds, man. Yeah. Diamonds are a girl's best friend, and we're all gopi types around here, many of us. I want diamonds, real things, real treasure, man, real bhakti, real devotees who have real devotion. I don't care if they're diamonds in the rough. If they got devotion, they're a good association. Like Christina fooled many of you guys, but I knew she was a diamond. She's just a diamond in the rough. That's all. Hare Krishna. So, simply by touching my body, one becomes pure, purest of the pure. Still, this wretch says that my body is an illusion. How can I tolerate this? And, many devotees, they're touching the body, and there's natural to be offended. We're all got offensive nature, Who are we? So we just keep touching the body of the Lord by chanting his name. We're touching his body, right? Touching. And gradually, we get purified. Keep chanting, keep associating, just keep dipping into the truth, into the eternal reality, and gradually, by and by. That's why Vaidhi Bhaktas, they're also touching the Lord, touching the Lord's name, the chanting and all that. We're touching the Lord's name, and as the more mercy is being manifested, we become more ecstatic chanting, touching the body of the Lord. See, that's closeness. Now you're reflecting more the deeper nature of the Lord, how wonderful it is to intimately associate with him. That was the message Lord Chaitanya wanted to get across to the world. How wonderful it is to be really close with God. Oh, it makes you so happy beyond the happiness of this world and liberates you eternally from this world. So, Murari, you are my servant. What I tell you is the truth. See, you are my servant, real servant, deep servant. I tell you these things. See, these are things. See, this is what Jesus said. Only the Father knows the Son, and the Son knows the Father. And the Son can reveal the Father to whom he chooses. You must have such a guru like that, who is in this intimate communication with the Lord. See? And the Lord says, oh, you're my servant, for I tell you this. See? And then Murari told the world. Murari wrote actually a book about the glories of Lord Chaitanya. And Vrindavan Das obviously read that book and then wrote this. Krishnadas Kaviraj also. See, only the Father revealed these deep things to his intimate servant, and then they reveal to us. And then the Lord reveals more to us. We become intimate servant. He reveals some more, and we reveal it to others. Those who accept that. See, that word, when it becomes your God. See, that word is the God. See, this is what Jesus taught. He said, let them be as we are. My disciples, they heard from me. They accepted the words that you gave me, I gave to them. I gave them that life that you gave me. Let them see parampara. Let them be as we are also. You notice that happening here? You are accepting these words. These are realizations that come from my Lord. Then they're even proven in the scripture. You could see in the scriptures. Yeah, that makes sense. More sense than anything. And you accepted these words. That means you're accepting my God that has made me like however I am. And you're saying, yeah, very good. We like this. Awakening your relationship with the Lord. I mean, your individual thing, man. It's not my thing is my thing. But anyway, we become of the same kind of family, individually relating intimately with God. Isn't it so nice? Isn't it fab? Isn't it rad? Isn't it cool? Isn't it groovy? Anybody remember those times? Groovy. In the groove, man. Simply by touching my body, I love these verses, it's so great. Simply by touching my body, one becomes the purest of the pure. See, and this is where it gets exciting. When you get this intimacy, you become really eager to touch the Lord's form every day. You notice that? It gets really groovy, man. You get in the groove. And touching that form, man, chanting the Lord's name, you're touching his form, man. You know it, man. You feel it. The Lord reveals his majesty, his bliss, his form is amazing, and you want to touch it more. Okay, this is eagerness. You want to be around devotees like that. That's the safe place. Is that associated? That's real sadhu sangha. Is anybody getting clear about this? Anybody watching this replay in the future? Is this making sense to you where the real path is? It's always the devotee. When Jesus said, I'm the path, he's the devotee, intimately associating with the Lord. Therefore, he's empowered to deliver the world, just like people here are empowered to deliver the world, because they have the qualities of Madhavinda Puri. See, in this Siddhanta, Madhavinda Puri, you are chanting the holy name in this ecstasy and laughing and crying and all these beautiful things, man. Therefore, I've hollowed you out. Now I can use you. I can use a guy like you. Hey, now I'm going to deliver the world through you. You're going to engage people in the transcendental, not Vaidhi service, in practice, you're going to engage people in the transcendental loving service of the Lord, as is being done here. You serve the Lord with intimacy and ecstasy, and it becomes eager to do more of that. There you go. You're on the liberated platform. You're giving real respect for the form of the Lord. Now you know it, not just in blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the formula, I love Krishna, blah, 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 blah. But you don't like the deeper understanding of that form is ecstasy. You don't like the ecstatic devotees exuding the ecstasy. Therefore, a little hypocrisy here. Let's adjust that if you're willing to listen. Let's make a little adjustment like a chiropractor. Just let's put everything in alignment. Okay, with your lips, you're giving Krishna, blah, 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 love Krishna, love Krishna. Okay, yeah. With your heart, let's come over here. Let us do some heart surgery. Let's get in there with the laughing gas. Okay? And the tears of repentance. Oh, how good. Why is it taking so long to find a place like this? Yeah, let's make some adjustments. You got everything here. You got chiropractors here. We got heart surgeons and brain surgeons. This is a professional, what do they call those things? Clinic of highly skilled individuals. Can do all the necessary work to get your spiritual body in order. We have maid servants to deliver here, awaken that spiritual everything. We're heart surgeons, brain surgeons, and chiropractors. Get everything in alignment. No, one shop stopping. No, everything, all solutions here. To the problem of birth, death, old age, and disease. Go ahead there, Tom. What?
Yeah, can you say something about
Oop.
remembering our transcendental body and the transcendental worlds? Remembering Smaranam?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, stop trying to remember your transcendental body and remember Krishna's transcendental body. That's Mayavadi.
Wow.
See, they think, see, a little, your association may be a little bit bad. But anyway, we'll get you over it. Don't worry. Here we do all things. We have a brain surgery, heart surgery, whatever is needed here. We have dentists. We pluck out the illusory concepts, just like rotten teeth. Just remember Krishna's transcendental body and all will be well. You'll know who you are and everything will be done. Okay. Not your body. Forget about your idea, speculations about who you are and that you're God and all that stuff. Because that's what it comes down to. People think I'm, it, I just try, when I see and hear all this is basically the leaders, the demigod types in this world. That's about the best they can do, man. They just believe they're God, I see it over and over. And I just wonder, how can we get our foot in the door in the world, So I'm just praying about that. How can we reach these people, This is the whole problem with the material world is people want to imitate God. It comes down to that. It starts in a worldly way. They want to imitate God, be a father and a mother. They want to nurture their child. They want that Ras. That's like being God. And then in religion, the same bullshit, man. They want to be God. They want to be guru. See, want to be guru means you want to be God. Basically, I want to control my disciples. I want to control my everybody. So it's just it's a disease all the way up until Krishna reveals. This is why we have to hear it from devotees that are actualized this. Devotees who know, no, it's not all about me. When you say that, it's a false ego. No, it's all about the big me. See, the big me is Krishna. It's all about him. Okay? And everything is in him, and you just live like that. As your life is like that, it is good. Everything's auspicious, increasing happiness, increasing shelter from protection from this illusion, this Maya. We're living in this world, but not in this world. See, this world, your world is created by what you're looking at, what word you believe in. You notice that? If our world is spiritual and transcendental here because we're in God, man. We're in Krishna, in Lord Chaitanya. See, it creates that ultimate reality. Even here now, just every sadhu sangha, every day. And then you just know, ask Janaki, she knows these things. She knows, wow, we're in the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya. It's true. We're by looking in that Lord, meditating on Lord Chaitanya. His name is pastimes, Radha and Krishna. We're in that world. That world is created. Okay? It's already created. We're just whatever we meditate on manifests. That's all. Okay? Otherwise, look at people. They're listening to the mainstream media in the world. They're looking at all these narratives that are all the same. Fear, panic, this little invisible virus is going to get you. The boogeyman. Mask up. And they're all walking around on the trails. Can you believe it? Outdoors with the masks on. See, because the word they believe in, it's got them into feeling something and fear and panic. See, and so people can't even think straight. They think that's actually good to put a mask on. I can't even, I can't do it. I have to cheat. When I go in the store, I put the nose down, then I put it down on my chin, walk, and people still not. But a lot of people, they're so believers in the mask, man. They put it on and they go in the store. They never know. I want to show that I'm in. Oh yeah, I was reading an article. Listen to this. Reading an article. This person, she's a doctor, and she says, I want to show the right message. I want to do this for my country and take the vaccine and wear the mask. And it was like she was a symbol of virtue and righteousness. They believe this. And yes, I'm doing this for my world and to make, for my brothers and sisters and to set a good example. And she was right down for a vaccine and she got it. And 3 days later, she had a miscarriage. And then all of a sudden, she probably was so humiliated and which is good. You realize you believe the wrong people. Then she closed down her Twitter account and all this stuff. Nobody knows what so it must be in shame or something now, because this is false virtue. A lot of people have been doing this. Well, another doctor also, I'm a vaxxer. I believe in the vaccine and everything. And went in Florida, took the shot, and boom, died in 3 days. He got all these weird blood diseases and everything. And in 2 weeks, he was finished. Over and over again, same thing. All of these people, if you believe in liars and cheaters, you're going to be cheated, right? That's the Lord's Maya, always working like that. He believed in the hypocrisy, and so many people do, in the lies, and that's in religion too. You believe in persons who say they can deliver you, but they can't. You put your soul in the wrong hands. That's why Lord Chaitanya came here, and to teach the facts. See? Prabhupada knew the facts also, and he taught the facts, but we're just elaborating on them, man. Hey, man, we're here to deliver truth so that people can be delivered by having their life on the foundation of truth, betting their life on the truth, and not betting their life on illusion where you're going to lose.
So believing means taking shelter at.
Yeah, yeah, taking shelter and being inspired to take shelter till you get the result. See, that's why you need Gurudev. It inspires you to take shelter to get the result. When you get the result, you're like the guru. Then you become solid like that. See, Maya is always weakening everybody because people believe in her. See, they believe in her tricks. They believe in her delusions and all of that. So Lord Chaitanya came and Jesus came. They're all these great, they come to get us fixed in the truth so we can begin to experience it. It's glory and then your mind gets naturally fixed. Your mind wants to be there. It's now your friend. Your mind becomes your friend. Mind says, hey, I told you before, my mind wakes me up every day. I woke up at 1:15 today and I was awake and everything. Hey man, time to do bite. My mind, a part of me says, no, I don't know. Maybe I could just, and mind says, no, come on. It's good. I mean, I like a friend like my mind now. It's eager now to do bhajan. See, it becomes your best friend. If anybody else has any comments, don't feel free to jump in there. So this form I now show you is eternal. This form I show to you is eternal. It is eternal. I am eternal. My servants are eternal. These truths are just unbelievably amazing. This form I now show you is eternal. So I think this is the pastime where Lord Chaitanya showed Murari his boar form. And he said this form is eternal. But not only was that form eternal, but the Lord Chaitanya's form is eternal. See, when you get that, you can chant his name in ecstasy. That form is eternal. It's an amazing form. See? And so the Lord goes on to say that my form is eternal. My is eternal. I am eternal. My servants are eternal. We are eternal. You see how you got to get over the hypocrisy? Lord Chaitanya says, I am eternal. And people are worshiping Krishna, Lord Chaitanya, and all the incarnate faithfully, right? But they don't have faith in the real devotees, living devotees. Very important. The living devotees, when they're here, manifested. Because then when you have faith in Krishna and also the living devotees' ecstasy and their word that comes from that ecstatic, intimate worship, now you got it straight. Now you overcome hypocrisy and now you know who God really is. Otherwise, you don't know. You're not clear about it. See, you're not clear about what is the real form. You got to listen. You got to come and get purified in the association of sadhus, real sadhus that have the real sangha, real association, real. You become real in that association. You there, and when the Lord sees, oh wow, you have faith. See, Jesus said the only sin that remains, the only sin is unbelief in me. See, he knew people believed in God. Pharisees believed in God, but they couldn't get over sin because they need to believe in the servants who come here to help the conditioned souls get purified. You got to say, no, this person, I believe in you. I believe in you, just like I believe in God. Now you overcome hypocrisy. Now you start to understand the form of the Lord through the devotee. The devotees is see the spiritual master. What is that one on the songbook? It says, from the spiritual master, ecstatic prema emanates. What do you like that stuff? You like it? You know, from the spiritual master, ecstatic prema emanates. Hey, does ecstatic prema emanate from your spiritual master in you Gaudiya Vaishnavas? Well, yeah, I guess it does. Have you seen it? Well, no. They say they don't show it, and yeah. Well, hey, man, why is a song glorifying ecstatic prema emanating? Okay. And by his word, his songbook is all Siddhanta there. From Narottam, teaching how it really shows up. And from their word, ignorance is destroyed. Hey, has any ignorance been destroyed in this one class of thousands that we've done every day for 7 days a week? Do we destroy ignorance here? Don't we eat it up? Transmute it? Transform it? Yeah. But Gaur, you should hold back. You should follow the etiquettes. Oh, and let the Ramachandra Puris run around, run the show? This is the problem. You guys believe in Ramachandra Puri is going to help you. We have to identify the Ramachandra Puri's qualities and characteristics and Devananda Pandit's qualities and characteristics. So we name them, and therefore they, boop, go away. If you believe this word. But if you believe their word, those who represent the Devananda Pandit, one humble pie persons, austere and all that, but have no exuding this ecstatic devotion. You can't see with your own eyes that when they chant the holy name, they got honey all over their face from licking it. You can't see that in those guys. Therefore, you're being cheated. The real path is hidden from you. That's why you see, look at Johann Janaki and others, they chant Samsara Dava or Shri Guru Charana for 40 years or 25 years. And they don't understand what's plainly evident. But now they come here, wow, Gauri's commenting on two things. Two things in the songbook are the main things. How to recognize a bona fide spiritual master. All of you in ISKCON, Gaudiya Mini Gaudiya Math, now you know there's no cloak for your ignorance. Does your spiritual master exude ecstatic devotion with the tears and the holy laughter and the shaking and the jumping around here and there because of uncontainable bliss? Yes or no? If not, he's bogus for delivering you. And does he speak the truth without compromise that is so clear that now the songbook pops in your ears and you say, whoa, I hear it. I can hear. Oh my God, I can hear. I can hear. Thank God. Yeah, when you come to these classes, we'll pop your ears open like that. If you can take the truth, unless you want to hide in the illusion. We're going to hide out there. Oh, I want to be a blind believer. Yeah. I don't want to understand these books. No. I want to hide in the illusion. No, put the earwax in. Yeah. Blessed are those who are not offended by real preaching. That's what Jesus said. He said, blessed are those who are not offended by me. Because you're blessed, man. That means you're ready to take the truth. That's a blessing. Most people, oh, I'm offended. How dare he say I'm a great guru, man? Don't you say, oh, my followers. Oh, this guy doesn't follow the etiquette. He is so offensive to pure devotees like myself. Oh, really? I don't know. Yeah. You can offend me all the day. I love it, man. I love coming there. I hate you. I love it, man. I think it's great. I consider you getting purified now. Yeah. It's good. I like the thumbs up. That's right. That's what it means. Yeah, offend me all over the place. I like it, man. It's great, man. It's like it's like the greatest contentment. The greatest contentment, St. Francis said, is when you're preaching the truth, the gospel. We're preaching the gospel of Vaishnavism to deliver people. And people throw tomatoes at you, they hate you and spit on you and all that. I think, hey, man, it's great. It's the greatest contentment. Now the Lord is obviously using, hey, man, my masters were all spit at. Jesus Christ was spit at, right? Spit at. Hey, if I can, I'm not above my master. I'm not above Krishna. Look at Shishupal, man, spit. He's a blah, 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 blah. And he just smiled. I'm not above Krishna. Hey, if I'm his servant, people are going to spit on me and hate me. Hate this preaching. This me. It doesn't even. I'm not interested in me. I'm interested in Krishna. I love glorifying the truth, man. But they're going to hate this expression here. They'll think outraged. How dare he be like that? Somebody's got to control him. Yeah. Oh, Krishna control. Love, devotion, bhakti. You wouldn't believe how Nityananda must have been when he was here, man. Wild. He didn't follow anything. That he was just following his heart, and whatever his heart did, he did. Complete Vrindavan, man, expression. That's why they called him Avadut. Not bound by anything, any rules, regulations. He's just a full expression of the truth in bliss and ecstasy. Anyone who does not respect my body will perish. You take another birth. And Lord Chaitanya said that those who do not give me respect, they will be destroyed by taking another birth. Because that's deliverance. See, the whole thing is deliverers have that transcendental potency of the Lord, and that's what delivers us. The Guru is delivered by that, and out of mercy, they share that with their followers, for those who come, and they come and they can partake of that and be delivered also. That's parampara. Yeah. The form I now show you is eternal. It is eternal. I am eternal. My servants are eternal. We are eternal. My pastimes are eternal. My abode is eternal. Anyone who says they are illusions cuts me into pieces. So for the Prabhupada's disciples in the ISKCON and all these big mass things, this is great. I mean, they're developing faith in Krishna, and they just got to hone it. We got to hone everything. We got to refine our worship, understand these deeper principles. That's why they brought them. That's why these books are written. That's why I'm speaking about this. That's why I was showing these things, so that people can gradually understand, how to enter into the eternal world. See? Which is this. It's just we can see, Krishna says, my form is eternal. Hey, my name is eternal. My pastimes are eternal. Yeah. How do you know? Only by taste. Only by tasting those pastimes. And can you understand? Wow, these are definitely, I feel eternal emotions, man. I feel eternal love of God. That man, I love that name. I love chanting these pastimes. It's as if this is my home, is in these pastimes. Chanting these pastimes, I'm home. See, now you know that this is eternal. Not flapping your jaws. Oh, this is eternal. This is eternal. No. You got to taste that eternality. You got to feel emotional about it, emotionally happy and grateful in your heart. Wow, my God, I'm delivered. This is amazing. Oh, I got the grace of my guru, man. I've got this from my guru, man. This is so amazing. If he didn't come along, I'd still be lost in this bullshit of this world. Believing in my family and all their, taking my attention all the time. And be running all over the place. And now I'm starting to become free. Free in the truth. Free in the transcendental form of Krishna. Go ahead, Christina. I know you want to say something.
Actually, I'm speechless and the tears are running, because I was just into your story, like very moved by, you said, these pastimes are my home.
Yeah. I think it's because you
nothing to add to that.
Yeah, I think you like Krishna, like what Krishna likes. Yeah. See, devotees, they like what their Lord likes. Yeah.
But it's for the body, it's a lot, One time she said you have to build up strength. It's true.
Yeah.
I feel my heart beating like an idiot.
It's intense. This is it's fantastic. I mean, I can't, it's amazing, the whole thing. It's just amazing. Yeah. I don't know. I feel really fortunate to be able to believe in this and relish this, simply by hearing my glories. This is another beautiful statement. Simply by hearing my glories, one destroys the beginningless ignorance of this world. Still, the sinners teach the Lord's pastimes are illusions. Okay. So, it's very good that people, they start and they come to the path. Usually, like Prabhupada made people work a lot because they needed it. You need to, a lot of people aren't attracted to these books. I mean, I don't know. What do you see in the world in of Vaishnavism now? I don't know. I haven't been keeping up in detail, but are people really attracted to these books, to reading them, to relishing them, to chanting them, to talking about them? No? What do they do in Vaishnavism then mostly?
They fulfill their duties.
What are their duties?
Chanting X amount of rounds, reading 20 minutes a day, doing the rituals, cooking for Krishna, those things. Talking about Krishna, when I heard them talking about Krishna, for me, it always sounded very artificial.
Mm-hmm.
I ran away. I couldn't hear something. I felt this is not, it's artificial. You talk about Krishna because Prabhupada said you've got to talk about Krishna, but not because you have the desire.
Okay, so you see, that's a beginning. Now, if in the hearts of those persons is they see it's a little superficial and they want more, this is what's provided here is so you can feel the eternality of Krishna's name. Because if you really feel that, if you can taste that, then you know it. Otherwise you don't know. It's like you don't know who you're worshiping. You don't know the eternal form of the Lord. You don't know it's actually eternal because you're not feeling that eternal awakening, of eternal love. Yeah, go ahead.
That's why it's so difficult to share with them about your experience. That's why for me it's so difficult to talk about Krishna with Vaidis. It's difficult because it's always a wall. Yeah, but they start to examine me and what you're saying, and they try to find fault. Is this right? Where I said, but the Lord gives. No, the Lord doesn't. He can't give you this. It's not possible.
Yeah.
It's always a wall.
Yeah, it's a wall there. Yeah, so but there's people that are in these different groups, and they'll know because Krishna will inform them from within. And so those are the ones you have. The others are not mature enough to understand its value here. Yeah. So they don't understand. They're not, it doesn't inspire them, these talks. But some, those who are, they get it and then they come. And that's just how it is. It's just Jesus saw that. He said, I have sheep in many different folds. And so that's how it is here. People could be in the world. You can be in this religion, that religion. But if your heart will tell you, go there and do this and all that. Yeah. And it's just like fishing, like Jesus said, I'll make you fisher of men. I mean, it's fishing in the sense people, they come, sometimes they're really, wow, this is so great. And this is so inspiring. And then the world comes and tests them a little bit and pulls them away for a while. It's kind of like, and then we try to kind of bring them back, to stay in association. And sometimes they come, sometimes the fish gets away for a while. But if you get a good taste for this bliss, you'll come back in this life, and maybe not, maybe in another life.
Yeah, it's the false ego that goes away. Actually, the soul. Yeah.
Yeah, false identification.
Yeah,
It's misunderstanding. Usually, a lot of times at this level, it's with Brahman. You believe in Brahmanism. There's always been this thing that in India, people had a hard time distinguishing the difference between a real Vaishnava and a Brahmin.
Yeah.
And they often put the Brahmin above the real Vaishnava. That's what's happening here now. See, these Brahmins and these sannyasis, they're being put above the teaching here, which is real Vaishnava. This is the truth, man. This is the real standard. But most people still believe the speculators to be supreme. See, so you're not clear. And so people have to stay in these sanghas until their heart says, come on, I want more. Why am I not getting what the books are saying? Why am I not getting this love of God? See, now some greed's coming, and then the Lord will give you the real association, like here. Otherwise, you just don't have the desire. That's right. Then you're finding fault and all. Okay, well, you're not ready, so move on.
Yeah. It's painful to realize. It's really painful because they want Krishna. They really want Krishna, but
Yeah. Well, they don't really want him enough, because otherwise they would be open to listening. So anyway, it is what it is. And, those who are meant to come will come, which is beautiful. Yeah.
I feel like when you say those who are meant to come, they come.
Yeah.
Because is it possible that it has something to do with the level, with former lives, because look.
Ooh, sorry.
It is because she knew it, because she felt it in her heart. It's not pure. And is it possible that it might be, they might be having that from previous life, that they're not, I don't know. Can it have something to do with previous life, just not to make it too complicated?
Of course.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Yeah.
That's
So
what I
anyway,
feel.
yeah. It's all in the Lord. It's in the Lord's hands. We do what we do, and whoever comes is great. I mean, we got a nice sangha here. It's building. People are getting over their issues. And as the core gets stronger, it'll all even expand out more. Krishna will give more because we can handle more.
Yes, exactly. Because yes, and I was when you don't feel in your heart that something is not right, when you're in the association of these people trying to attain Krishna through all these rules, regulations, when you don't feel it in your heart, then it must have been from an inheritance from a former life, that in former lives the relationship has not been awoken to that extent, to where it has been awoken in, for example, Lalita, who felt like, wow, no, I feel this is not my home. This is not, there is more. I know there is more. I'm going to look for where there is more.
Yeah. It's an evolution.
it is. I was never a reader. Because I was hard working in society. So I only went to the temple during my vacations to serve, because that's what I heard. That was good. But the problem is, it gives a certain satisfaction to work for the Lord. It gives satisfaction to clean the toilets. So they all feel more satisfaction. I felt more there than when I was working in society with my disabled people.
Yeah.
So you think that's it?
Yeah. I felt the same way when I came to the temple. I was washing pots. I loved it. I was in bliss. I was in bliss doing it.
Yeah. See? So you think that's it? So when somebody comes with another message, they say, "Oh, no, leave us alone, because we don't want to lose this. We have don't touch this."
Yeah. I mean, there's some of that, and but the thing is, also there's like there's the philosophy. I mean, it's wonderful to be able to relish the deeper truths. Otherwise, that's where all that, see, if you can't worship Krishna with loving ecstasy, then work for him, and then you'll gradually come to him. I mean, that's what he says. And you do. I mean, that's gradually brings us. So when you want more, the Krishna will provide more. This is how it is.
I love to share those cookies,
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on Harinam and share cookies and bake them. And it was my life.
yeah, 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 yeah.
And then suddenly I met you, and then there was an explosion. There was so
New
much
life.
more,
Yeah, yeah.
so much
Yeah,
more.
yeah, yeah. And people are like that here, just it's always the same thing. It's fishing. Jesus said, I'll make you fishermen of men. And the preaching is this. We just see devotees, they like um to just glorify the Lord in the world. That's preaching, is just to taste that glorification and standing up for the truth. It's a rasa. And that Ross reaches people that are looking for that shelter, because it's a shelter. The name, the pass on the Lord, it gives full shelter from this Maya, which is pumping out all kinds of illusions. See, it's even okay. You're happy serving, like washing pots and everything, but then you got the devotees talking to you. They're telling you things. And it's a lot of it's not correct,
That's
according Siddhantically. And Vaishnavas, if they're real Vaishnavas, they like to hear truth.
yeah.
It's a higher, deeper understanding, and it
That was
awakens. Yeah. So if it's great washing pots, and you're making some progress and bliss and all that, and but then you got the devotees, if they're still not feeling this more intimate relationship with the Lord, where they're more conclusive and they can relish these conceptions that are as it is, and not see, that's then there's always going to be problems there, because this is a deeper thing, and so yeah. Anyway, okay. By tasting the nectar of hearing my glories, Lord Shiva becomes intoxicated that he is clothed only in the four directions. See how the Lord's preaching? By tasting the nectar of his glories. See, the thing is, that nectar needs to be as it is too. That's when you taste the nectar, it reveals as it is. You're tasting this nectar from hearing from the Lord, and now hearing from the Lord's devotees that actually have the devotional potency. That's how you begin to taste this nectar. See, and then you become intoxicated. So you can see the person's doing that. Look at Christina. She's hearing intently, tasting that nectar of the Lord's glories. See, and becoming intoxicated. Okay, so this is the right philosophy. This is the right path, because what we're reading is your life experience. It's right here, sitting right before us. You see a person that is doing what the scriptures are talking about. See, by tasting the nectar of hearing my glories. Do you see a person there tasting the nectar of hearing the glories of the Lord? Right there. Look at this. You can see it. Let's make it more obvious here. See, that's tasting the nectar of the Lord's glories, to the point of having some lightning bolts enter your body. See, yeah. And see, so the book has to become our reality. Now you're delivered. Now you're a representative of the book. See, now you know what that book is talking about. You're an expert by being a recipient of that mercy. Do you see how it works? You just got to present this book in living color. You got to be an example of this path. Otherwise, you don't understand. Okay? If you can't hear these talks like this as nectar, then you're not understanding real Krishna consciousness very well. Okay. My glories, simply by hearing my glories, one destroys the beginningless ignorance of this world. Still, the sinners teach the Lord's pastimes are illusions. By tasting the nectar, hearing my glories, Lord Shiva becomes so intoxicated that he's clothed only by the four directions. Ananta Seish, who holds up the worlds, always chants my glories. Why? Because it's fun, man. It's so amazing taste and happiness. See, that's a guru. Real gurus like that. They just tasting the glories of the Lord, and everything comes automatically, even their guruship. That's how it is here. I'm not acting differently than that. I just was tasting for years, and then people spontaneously started to come. And then Prabhupada gives the order, yeah, go out there, do more of this, preach this, and see what happens. And then more people come, sincere people coming. See? And we're all becoming a devotional family. It's like, oh wow, this is part of Prabhupada's mission and mercy. And well, actually, Lord Chaitanya, we're all in this line, bringing people closer and closer to the truth. Closer and closer to understanding this mysterious personality, Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda, and their devotees. Oh man, this is high-tech stuff. You talk about high-tech, high level. To understand this Leela, oh my God, not even the Bhagavatam understands this Leela. This is completely topmost. Go ahead. Anybody?
Yeah. Yes, you just said something beautiful, like those who hold up this world, and then I see the world and I see two hands. Those who hold up this world are tasting the nectar, because without this nectar, there is no life.
No.
So that's a beautiful metaphor.
Yeah.
So maybe Johan can make a picture of that, those
Yeah.
who hold up this world, who are in ecstasy.
Yeah,
That's
the
it.
life of this world are the modes, and that's death. See? The modes in us is our death. See? That causes another life, which is death. See, everything, the illusion is we think death is life. The death is the modes of nature. It keeps us dead. See, life are the glories of the Lord, chanted with great enthusiasm and ecstatic devotion, bliss. Chanting the name with great ecstatic bliss. See, that's life. See? So you come, Sadhu Sangha is a place to get this kind of life and get the modes out of us, which is our death.
The modes of nature are misleading.
Yeah, always misleading. They're when the modes are within us, they're always pushing us in the wrong direction. See, so sadhu sangha is we're focusing on real life. Is this ecstatic worship, man? And
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was inspired by Johan yesterday because he had a dream, and he said he was singing that mantra. And forgive me if I say the wrong name. I think it's Namaste Narashima.
Narashinga, yeah.
Yes,
Namaste Narashinga, yeah.
Narashima. Yeah, and what I read is that Narashima is taking care for the death of the death. And that I found such a beautiful expression. In other words, he maintains the life, because when he's taking care that for the death of the death, then it means he is providing life. He's protecting, he's giving life, he's protecting the life. And I found that such a beautiful sentence, death of the death.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Christina, why don't you read us something?
Okay. I'll take my book. It's not here.
Okay. Yeah, people.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. This morning I woke up with this song, Addicted to Love.
Ah, that's it, man.
It's really an Addicted to Love is the right song.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I am going to dance on that song, I think. But
All right. Can't wait.
when I don't know, because I have a bit flu-like symptoms in this moment.
Oh, flu-like symptoms. Okay. Just don't go to the hospital for that.
No.
They'll kill you.
Yeah.
Because then they get a big fat check.
No. But yeah. Wow. Let me start saying that thank you for this class. It was really wonderful. Yeah, I'm still
Intoxicated.
yes, in the middle of it. Yeah, really great. And it feels also like you are hitting me and others, of course. You're hitting me with the truth. And like you more times say, Krishna is hitting you with the truth. And wow, it's so great to be hit with the truth. Because when you hit, I go like this shock, I get that.
Yeah.
And that's the truth coming in. Boom. You're upgraded to next level.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's that nectar flowing on the nectar. And yeah, that's really so many things. Yeah. What also really inspired me was to be grateful to the ones who are mature. So let me start to offer my respectful obeisances unto you, Guru. You are my spiritual master. You're my father. You're the one who gives me life, who wakes up Krishna in my heart, and who is providing me with this nectar of the truth, who is waxing my ears to be able to hear this divine song of the Lord that is really beautiful. And the Lord is crying this song through my eyes in the form of tears. And that are these holy tears and laughter. Wow. Yeah. Oh, and let me offer my respectful obeisances also unto the other mature devotees here in the Sangha, like Lalita. I adore her ecstasy. I adore the way the Lord is blessing her. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto Johan. I just saw him. Wow. When I see him, I already get upgraded. You're so wonderful.
He's a madman.
Yeah, I like it so much.
Divine madman.
Wow. Yes. Whoa. It's a virus. When I see him, it's a virus, and then I catch that virus when he's there, and I go again. So beautiful. Wow. Yes. And all the devotees who contribute, I offer my respectful obeisances unto them. And to Sri Krishna, to Lord Chaitanya, the real life. Through Lord Chaitanya, we can know all the other forms of the Lord and his plenary portions. And then because it has been awakened in your heart, and you start to taste various tastes, like Johan was saying in his lecture yesterday. various tastes. Like he took a metaphor of wines. You have this wine, you have that wine with that quality, this, that. And you start to feel that in your heart too, the different tastes of the divinity, the Lord's. So wow, what a big gift this is to be here. I'm so grateful. And it's a very big gift that we can be so close to our spiritual master, to our Godfather, so close, hear him speak, being in some kind of the same room together with the other devotees here. It's such a special gift to be so close. That is really, we are very fortunate, and we must never take this for granted. Yeah, many years ago, I realized that the attachment to the forms, to the external forms, to the material forms, is the greatest imprisonment. It makes you so unhappy. But I realized as well that it's not about all these ridiculous forms. It's about the essence, about the soul, as the soul being connected to the Lord. And that's what it is about. And that now it's here, our guru, our spiritual master, and all of his intimate devotees, they understand what this really means. And now here, I feel like I'm being understood on this level. And like Guru says, it is only increasing and getting more and more, because Krishna is adding and adding and adding, because it's an infinite ocean of bliss that he's providing when we tap into it, when we jump into it, when we go into it. We have the connection, and we are being fed until we are drunk, until we are stoned, we're being fed. And there is endless food that is available, divine food. Yes. So I don't know, I lose it. Never mind. Yeah, and the diamond is a beautiful metaphor. Also, our spiritual master, our Godfather, is really special, because he really knows. He really knows. He really knows the essence. Because when he was talking about the diamond, that's something I realized years ago. Not me. God gave me that vision of me being a diamond with many facets, many shining. And Guru says, yeah, it's the rough diamond. It has to be polished, has to be, I don't know the exact word. And that's why I'm here. Whoa. Anyway, there's much more, but let's just start reading. So, yeah. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. Oh, yeah, and something else. But it's already known. Like when I see a Vaishnava from ISKCON talking, it's no juice in it. And by accident, I bumped into that on internet and listening. I cannot. How can I concentrate on this dry stuff and then saying it comes later? I go into that later. What do you mean later? And it keeps dry, and it's just nothing. I'm sorry to say. I don't want to be offensive. I appreciate their wanting to be with the Lord and all their service. I really appreciate. But like Guru says, here is next level. It's higher than high, because we become liberated from the forms. We are not we are attached to only one form, and that's a true form. That's a form of the Lord that we intimately know in our heart, and there is no other reality beyond that, because that is the absolute truth. That's everything. That is our life and soul, which is your Lord Chaitanya. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Lord Chaitanya, unto Sri Advaita Gadadhar, Sri Vasari Gora Bhakta Vinda, Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Okay, so yesterday, where were we yesterday? We will start reading. Yeah, it was about the dancing girls and washing the dancing girls, and Ramananda Raya instructs Pradyumna Mishra. The servant informed them. The servant informed them. The day has already ended. Then Ramananda Raya ended his discourses about Krishna. Ramananda Raya paid great respect to Pradyumna Mishra and bade him farewell. Yes, so they had talks about Krishna, and they were very happy with it. Like we are happy here when we can talk about Krishna, the devotees who talk about Krishna with great love, and that's their favorite activity. Pradyumna Mishra said, I have become very satisfied. Then he began to dance. After returning home, Pradyumna Mishra bathed and ate his meal. In the evening, he came to see the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In great happiness, he worshipped the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The Lord inquired, have you heard topics about Krishna? Pradyumna Mishra said, my dear Lord, you have made me extremely obliged to you, because you have drowned me in a nectarian ocean of talks about Krishna. I cannot properly describe the discourses of Ramananda Raya, for he is not an ordinary human being. Yes. Yes. We also have to realize what Guru is giving us is not ordinary. It's very divine. And what all his intimate devotees are receiving from the Lord and distributing is not ordinary. And don't stare at the human form, because that's only the external form. Look at the essence that's being shown here. So important. He is fully absorbed in the devotional service of the Lord. There is one other thing Ramananda Raya said to me. Do you consider me? Do you consider, sorry, I have to slow down. There is one other thing Ramananda Raya said to me. Do not consider me the speaker in these talks about Krishna. And that's what I mean. That's what I just said. It's not we who are talking. It's Krishna. It's all divine. Don't look at the form. It's Krishna. So here he says here also, do not consider me the speaker in these talks about Krishna. Whatever I speak is personally spoken by Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Like a stringed instrument, I vibrate whatever he causes me to speak. Yeah, stringed instrument. In this way, the Lord speaks through my mouth. You see, it's all written in the book. In this way, the Lord speaks through my mouth to preach the cult of Krishna consciousness within the world. Who will understand these pastimes of the Lord's? Yeah, who within the world who is not in that consciousness will understand this pastime of the Lord's? We are in these pastimes, we are living these pastimes. But people who don't know the Lord, they don't know, they don't understand what's going on. What I have heard from Ramananda Raya is like a nectarian ocean of discourses about Krishna. A nectarian ocean. Even the demigods, beginning with Lord Brahma, cannot understand all these topics. My dear Lord, you have made me drink. You have made me drink this transcendental nectar of Krishna Katha. Therefore, I am sold to your lotus feet, life after life. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Ramananda Raya is a mine of great humility. Therefore, he has attributed his own words to another's intelligence. Yeah, you see, are not his words. He surrenders to the Lord. He has so pure humility. He surrenders. And therefore, it are not his words. He attributed his own words, that the words he's speaking, they come from another intelligence, which is the Lord's intelligence. The Lord is giving him the intelligence to speak through him, using his voice. This is a natural characteristic of those advanced in devotional service. They do not personally speak of their own good qualities. No, because it has nothing to do with your qualities. It are all the qualities of the Lord being given to you through, he gives them to show, to spread through you. It's him, it's all the Lord. It has nothing to do with us. I have described but a fraction, and I loved what Guru said, like that the Lord has so many forms, like being so at the lotus feet, being humility, showing the humility, and in others sometimes roaring like a lion, which is a lila too, showing the truth in a lion-like form. There's so many forms that the Lord can show, can come through the devotee. I have described but a fraction of the transcendental attributes of Ramananda Raya. Whoa, only a fraction. Yeah, as revealed when he instructed Pradyumna Mishra. Yeah. Yeah. Spark. Although Ramananda Raya was a householder, he was not under the control of the 6 kinds of bodily changes. Although apparently a pounds and shillings man, he advised even persons in the renounced order. Yeah, so it doesn't matter what, if you're a learned scholar or whatever you learned from books or from rituals or whatever, when you have the Lord in your heart, he gives you the intelligence. To demonstrate the transcendental attributes of Ramananda Raya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sent Pradyumna Mishra to hear discourses about Krishna from him. To demonstrate the transcendental attributes of Ramananda Raya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sent Pradyumna Mishra to hear discourses about Krishna from him. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, knows very well how to demonstrate the qualities of his devotees. Therefore, acting like an artistic painter, he does so in various ways and considers this his personal profit. Yeah, that's his profit. Also, there is yet another characteristic of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. O devotees, listen carefully to how he manifests his opulence and characteristics, although they are exceptionally deep. To vanquish the false pride of so-called renunciants and learned scholars, he spreads real religious principles. Real religious principles, like we talked about yesterday. Real religious, when you have the real relationship. Religion, I looked up that word, religion, and now I forgot, never mind. He spreads real religious principles even through a Sudra or lone-born, fourth-class man. You see, it doesn't matter where you come from. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu preached about devotional service, ecstatic love, and the absolute truth by making Ramananda Raya, a grasta born in a low family, the speaker. He made him the speaker, although he was born in a low family. He made him the speaker of the absolute truth. Then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself, he exalted Brahmana Sanjasi. He exalted, and Pradyumna Mishra, the purified Brahmana, both became the hearers of Ramananda Raya. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu exhibited the glories of the holy name of the Lord through Haridasa Thakura, who was born in a Muslim family. Similarly, he exhibited the essence of devotional service through Sanatana Goswami, who had almost been converted into a Muslim. Also, the Lord fully exhibited the ecstatic love and transcendental pastimes of Vrindavana through Sri Rupa Goswami. Considering all this, who can understand the deep plans of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? The activities of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are just like an ocean of nectar. Even a drop of this ocean can inundate all the three worlds. Even a drop. O devotees, relish daily the nectar of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita and the pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, for by doing so, one can merge in transcendental bliss and attain full knowledge of devotional service. Thus, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, accompanied by his associates, his pure devotees enjoyed transcendental bliss in Jagannatha Puri. By preaching the bhakti cult in many ways. A Brahmana from Bengal wrote a drama about the characteristics of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and came with his manuscript to induce the Lord to hear it. The Brahmana was acquainted with Bhagavan Acharya, one of the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, after meeting him at Jagannatha Puri, the Brahmana made his residence at Bhagavan Acharya's home. First, the Brahmana induced Bhagavan Acharya to hear the drama, and then many other devotees joined Bhagavan Acharya in listening to it. All the Vaishnavas praised the drama, saying, "Very good, very good." They also desired that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu hear the drama. Customarily, anyone who composed a song, verse, literary composition, or poem about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu first had to bring it to Swarupa Damodara Goswami to be heard. Customarily, anyone who composed a song, a verse, literary composition, or poem about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu first had to bring it to Swarupa Damodara Goswami to be heard. If passed by Swarupa Damodara Goswami, it could be presented for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to hear. Yeah. Otherwise, it might waste his time. If there were a hint that you see that if there's no transcendental mellow in it, it's going to waste Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's time. So, Damodara Swarupa Damodara Goswami has to see if there were a hint that transcendental mellows overlapped in a manner contrary to the principles of the bhakti cult, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would not tolerate it and would become very angry. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would not hear anything before Swarupa Damodara heard it first. The Lord made his etiquette a regulative principle. Bhagavan Acharya submitted to Swarupa Damodara Goswami. A good Brahmana has prepared a drama about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that appears exceptionally well composed. First you hear it, and if it is acceptable to your mind, of course, his mind is absorbed, is in transcendental mellows. So he is the one who can judge if, anyway, let me stop talking. First you hear it, and if it is acceptable to your mind, I shall request Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to hear it. Swarupa Damodara Goswami replied, Dear Bhagavan Acharya, you are a very liberal coward boy. Sometimes the desire awakens within you to hear any kind of poetry. In the writings of so-called poets, there is generally a possibility of overlapping transcendental mellows. When the mellows thus go against the conclusive understanding, no one likes to hear such poetry. A so-called poet who has no knowledge of transcendental mellows, you see, and the overlapping of transcendental mellows, cannot cross the ocean of the conclusions of devotional service. A poet who does not know the grammatical regulative principles, who is unfamiliar with metaphorical ornaments, especially those employed in drama, and who does not know how to present the pastimes of Lord Krishna is condemned. Moreover, the pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are especially difficult to understand. One who has accepted the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as his life and soul can describe the pastimes of Lord Krishna or the pastimes of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Hearing the poetry of a person who has no transcendental knowledge and who writes about the relationships between men and women simply causes unhappiness, whereas hearing the words of a devotee fully absorbed in ecstatic love causes great happiness. The standard for writing dramas has been set by Rupa Goswami. If a devotee hears the introductory portions of his two dramas, they enhance his transcendental pleasure. Despite the explanation of Svarupa Damodara, Bhagavan Acharya requested, "Please hear the drama once. If you hear it, you can consider whether it is good or bad." For 2 or 3 days, Bhagavan Acharya continually asked Svarupa Damodara Goswami to hear the poetry. Because of his repeated requests, Svarupa Damodara Goswami wanted to hear the poetry written by the Brahmana from Bengal. Svarupa Damodara Goswami sat down with other devotees to hear the poetry, and then the poet began to read the introductory verse. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has assumed a golden complexion and has become the soul of the body named Lord Jagannatha. The soul of the body named Lord Jagannatha, whose blooming lotus eyes, the soul of the body, the soul of the body named Lord Jagannatha. Wow. The soul of the body named Lord Jagannatha, whose blooming lotus eyes are widely expanded. Thus he has appeared in Jagannatha Puri and brought dull matter to life. My battery, excuse me. Whoa. I have to take care of the battery, excuse me. No, what to do? I really feel intoxicated. Go to the other room. Just stay with story, please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Srila Prabhupada. Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Shri Krishna Chaitanya. This is difficult to install this all. Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Yeah, I think like this, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Wow, isn't it beautiful that it's pure soul we're talking about. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Ah, yeah, you. Sri Krishna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, has assumed a golden complexion and has become and has become the soul of the body, named Lord Jagannatha. So beautiful verse. Has become the soul of the body, named Lord Jagannatha, whose blooming lotus eyes are widely expanded. Thus he has appeared in Jagannatha Puri and brought dull matter to life. May that Lord, Shri Krishna, may that Lord, Shri Krishna, may that Lord, Shri Krishna, Chaitanya Deva, may that Lord, Shri Krishna, Chaitanya Deva, may that Lord, Shri Krishna, Chaitanya Deva, bestow all good fortune upon you. May that Lord Shri Krishna Chaitanya Deva bestow all good fortune upon you. May that Lord Shri Krishna Chaitanya Deva bestow all good fortune upon you. When everyone present heard the verse, they all commended the poet. But Swarupa Damodara Goswami requested him kindly explain this verse. The poet says, Lord Jagannatha is a most beautiful body. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is exceptionally grave, is the owner of that body. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has appeared here in Nilakala, which is Jagannatha Puri, to spiritualize the entire dull material world. Hearing this, everyone present was greatly happy. But Swarupa Damodara who alone was unhappy, began to speak in great anger. You are a fool, he said. You have brought ill fortune upon yourself, for you have no knowledge of the existence of the two lords, Jagannatha Deva and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, nor have you faith in them. Lord Jagannatha is completely spiritual and full and full of transcendental bliss. But you have compared him to a dull, destructible body composed of the inert, external energy of the Lord. You have calculated Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, full in 6 opulences, to be on the level of an ordinary living being. Instead of knowing him as the supreme fire, you have accepted him as a spark. Swarupa Damodara continued, because you have committed an offense to Lord Jagannatha and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you will attain a hellish destination. You do not know how to describe the absolute truth, but nevertheless, you have tried to do so. Therefore, you must be condemned. Oh, nevertheless, you've tried to, but therefore you must be condemned. You are in complete illusion, for you have distinguished between the body and the soul of His Lordship, Lord Jagannatha or Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That is a great offense. At no time is there a distinction between the body and the soul of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. His personal identity and his body are made of blissful spiritual energy. There is no distinction between them. There's no distinction between the body and the soul of the Supreme Personality of Godhead at any time. Oh, my Lord, I do not see a form superior to your present form of the eternal bliss and knowledge. In your impersonal Brahman effulgence in the spiritual sky, there is no occasional change and no deterioration of internal potency. I surrender unto you because, whereas I am proud of my material body and senses, your Lordship is the cause of the cosmic manifestation. Your Lordship is the cause of the cosmic manifestation. Yet you are untouched by matter. This present form, or any transcendental form expanded by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, is equally auspicious for all the universes. this present form or any transcendental form expanded by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna is equally auspicious for all the universes, since you have manifested this eternal personal form. Yeah. Upon whom your devotees meditate. I therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Those who are destined to be dispatched to the path of hell neglect your personal form because of speculating on material topics. Yes. Where is Krishna? Where is Krishna? Where is Krishna? The absolute truth. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is full of transcendental bliss, possesses all 6 spiritual opulences in full, and is the master. Is the master of the material energy. The small conditioned soul, who is always unhappy, is the servant of the material energy of the Lord. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Supreme Controller, is always full of transcendental bliss and is accompanied by the potencies known as Bladini and Samvit. The conditioned soul, however, is always covered by ignorance and embarrassed by the threefold miseries of life. Which are the body, the soul, which are the body, the mind, and other people's problems. And maybe I forget something, I don't know. Thus he is the treasure house of all kinds of tribulations. Hearing this explanation, all the members of the assembly were struck. Whoa, they were struck with wonder. Yeah. Swarupa Damodara Goswami has spoken the real truth. They admitted. The Brahmana from Bengal has committed an offense by wrongly describing Lord Jagannatha and Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When the Bengali poet heard his chastisement from Swarupa Damodara Goswami, he was ashamed, fearful, and astonished indeed, being like a duck in a society of white swans. Wow. But that is his great fortune when he realizes he's the duck in that society of white swans. That's his blessing when he realizes. He could not say anything Seeing the poet's unhappiness, Swarupa Damodara Goswami, who was naturally very kind-hearted, advised him so that he could derive some benefit. If you want to understand Srimad Bhagavatam, he said, you must approach a self-realized Vaishnava and hear from him. You can do this when you have completely taken shelter of the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Swarupa Damodara continued, associate regularly with the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, like we're doing here. I say now, we're doing here this with Guru and hold all the parampara. Swarupa Damodara continued, associate regularly with the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, for then only will you understand the waves of the ocean of devotional service. Only if you follow the principles of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees will your learning be successful. You see, that is what Guru is preaching all the time. Only if you follow the principles of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees will your learning be successful. Then you will be able to write about the transcendental pastimes of Krishna without material contamination. You have composed this introductory verse to your great satisfaction, but the meaning you have expressed is contaminated. You see, so the external is beautiful, but the meaning is contaminated by offenses to both Lord Jagannatha and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You have written something irregular, not knowing the regulative principles. See, but the goddess of learning, Sarasvati, has used your words to offer her prayers to the Supreme Lord. Wow, that's a beautiful verse. Sometimes demons and even Lord Indra, the king of heaven, chastised Krishna. But Mother Sarasvati, taking advantage of their words, offered prayers to the Lord. Listen. Lord Indra said, this Krishna, who is an ordinary human being, is talkative, childish, impudent, and ignorant. Although he thinks himself very learned, the cowherd men in Vrindavana have offended me by accepting him. This has not been greatly appreciated by me. Indra, the king of heaven, being too proud of his heavenly opulences, became like a madman. Thus bereft of his intelligence, he could not restrain himself from speaking nonsensically about Krishna. Thus Indra thought, I have properly chastised Krishna and defamed him. But Sarasvati, the goddess of learning, took this opportunity to offer prayers to Krishna. The word Vakala is used to refer to a person who can speak according to Vedic authority. And the word Balisa means innocent. Krishna spoke the Vedic knowledge, yet he always presents himself as a prideless, innocent boy. When there is no one else to receive obeisances, one may be called Anamra, or one who offers obeisances to no one. This is the meaning of the word stabda. And because no one is found to be more learned than Krishna, he may be called Ajna, indicating that nothing is unknown to him. The word Pandita Mani can be used to indicate that Krishna is honored even by learned scholars. Nevertheless, because of affection for his devotees, Krishna appears like an ordinary human being and may therefore be called Macha. The demon Jarasandha chastised Krishna, saying, "You are the you are the lowest of human beings. I shall not fight with you, for you killed your own relatives." Mother Sarasvati takes pure Hare Krishna. I read this again. The demon Jarasandha chastised Krishna, saying, "You are the lowest of human beings. I shall not fight with you, for you killed your own relatives." Guru, could you give a purport on this? I'm curious what you have to say on this verse. We can't hear you. We cannot hear you, Guru. Not yet. No, there's no sound. No sound coming. Oh, huh? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare. Maybe if I mute my phone, maybe it works. Let me try. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Sri Krishna Chaitanya.
Okay, should work now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, read the verse again.
The demon Jarasandha chastised Krishna, saying, "You are the lowest of human beings. I shall not fight with you, for you killed your own relatives.
Okay. Yeah. So that's so Goddess Saraswati uses the words that are used to belittle Krishna as a glorification indirectly. So he is the lowest of all beings. He's so low, he's so humble, he pays obeisances, or he feels himself lower than anybody, even though he's the most exalted. That's the nature of the spiritual potency. It makes one very, very humble. And so you are the lowest of all beings. It's a glorification, but it sounds like it's coming from the demon. Demons, everything is twisted. Everything is twisted and distorted. But when you have divine eyes, you see that the Lord is indirectly always glorifying the truth, directly or indirectly. This is one of the gifts you get when Krishna gives you shelter. You see like him. You see always Krishna everywhere, and how he's working indirectly and always glorifying the truth. When like another one, he says, "Oh, Krishna, you're a scoundrel. You're a debauchee. You're a hypocrite." And all these things are actually, when it's applied to the Lord, they're glorious, because when you know the pastimes of Krishna in Vrindavan, he acts like that, and it's beautiful. Everything is enhanced, and it's just an ornament of his characteristics. But in the world, people are trying to imitate Krishna, and they can't. Everything is twisted. So when the hypocrisy here, all it does is cause harm and destruction. See, being a debauchee here is not like him being a debauchee in Vrindavan, because everything is beautiful and pure. See, everything is related to the spiritual potency. Okay? Yeah. So as our consciousness is raised deeper into Krishna, you start to see how Maya is Krishna in the material shadow. It's just like a shadow of that truth. And you'll see everything always related to the spiritual potency. It has a relationship. See, you kill your relatives. See, so he kills his relatives. See, it's indirectly related to him, and it was an obstacle. So he removes that. See, Kamsa was the relative of Krishna. So you kill your relatives, therefore it's bad. But see, Kamsa was an obstacle. So it was a great glory that he killed his relative. He didn't see, truth is no respecter of persons. See, so Kamsa was a lie. He was manifesting the lie as truth. So he got rid of it to remove that obstacle, so that people could be more in the truth without that, being hindered by Kamsa. It's just like when you worshiping the Lord in ecstasy, the obstacles may come, but they have no effect on the devotee now, because of their being raised in the spiritual platform. So Krishna was already raised, and so he wants to help his dependents. In Dwarka, because Kamsa was ruling, he represented hypocritical worship of God, religion. So he got rid of that. Get this motivated religion out of the way. So he got rid of the obstacle by killing Kamsa. And so that has to be done. Otherwise, people are persecuted and oppressed and depressed because of these problems. So, Jarasandha, you kill your relatives. It was a great glory that he did this, because that the people advanced to spontaneous devotional service. The same glorification was said by Advaitacharya to Nityananda. You are the killer of Brahmins. You don't have fear that I am a Brahmin. And so he never killed Brahman physically, but he killed faith in the Brahman level as being supreme, and that is the highest level of consciousness you can attain. So he killed that because he showed and demonstrated this ecstatic devotion is supreme, just like we do here. See? Go ahead.
Even the gopis told him that he killed them.
Yeah, he's killing them.
The world of women.
Yeah, he's killing them by not coming before them. But what he's killing, see, separation causes the destruction of the obstacles of impiety. Instead of them, like, because he was separated, instead of them thinking about, well, where's some sense enjoyment, they're thinking, where are you? You see, see, people are in separation from money, wealth, children, all that. They're looking, where are you? At the Maya. And so then Maya comes back. See, so Krishna captures us by giving a taste, an attraction for him, his spiritual form. And then it's when he disappears, it's like, not, you don't go look back into the Maya, you look at him. Where are you? I want you. See, and then it comes back, and that causes this sequence of union and separation with the spiritual potency. That's our natural spiritual state, and it causes pastimes to occur. And then when you look at the pastimes in Vrindavan, you could see all these sequences, how the union and separation enhances their attraction and communion and all of that. It has to be there. If there is no separation experience, then there would be no desire for Krishna to meet with him more, and that meeting causes a deeper relationship, a deeper realization about the Lord. Even the separation does too. It's all wonderful, juicy and wonderful and eternal. That's why Lord Chaitanya came. That's what we're bringing back into this world. That way of worship, that intimate, ecstatic union and separation that causes all these amazing divine emotions, which, it's so nice to see that stuff manifesting in your body there. This is the special mercy of Lord Chaitanya to give this to you, actually. I'm just very happy, actually, to see ecstatic emotions awaken in the devotees. It's like proof that, more people are going to be delivered because they see that ultimately. And so our word is to glorify that truth, those kinds of truths, that this is what they can have. I haven't seen one guru that have that kind of ecstasy, and you just come, you're a newcomer. See, have you seen any of the ecstasy? Like anybody, just comment, let us know. If you have, well, then you found a person liberated. Soul, very deeply liberated, like Gaur Govinda had symptoms like this. No, but I haven't seen anybody else. Maybe some slight amounts. People say, "Oh well, he does. Oh well, he had all." Yeah. But you never see it. I haven't seen it. I don't care how. Hey, man. Bottom line is, you came into this world, Mr. Gurudevs, and you didn't show these things, not even once or barely. Well, hey, man, you left the world not proving nothing to me. Hey, and you didn't help people understand the highest truth. See, even my disciples are helping people understand the highest truth by being an example of being a recipient of this special mercy. And it is really special. It is the most special thing you can get in this world. The President of the United States doesn't have a particle of that kind of special mercy that a person like Christina is getting and others. Not even a particle. Mr. President Trump or Biden, well, especially Biden he ain't got much of anything up here. If you can't see that out there, you guys are duped by the Lord's Maya, man. he was looking for a pen, to sign one of his 40, executive orders. And he's going like this, and he couldn't find it. This friggin' pen. And people believe, oh, Biden, you guys are illusioned. Lord Maya is he's making everything a mess because people believe in it. And the Lord saying, well, you believe in my Maya, you won't listen to my devotees, you won't even listen to the demigod types. Well, the hell with you. You guys go line up and get your shot over there. This way, they have a sign, this way for the vaccination and this way for the COVID test. And the cars are going like this, Yeah, you masses, man. You believe in the Lord's illusion? Well, there you go, man. You're virtuous, you believe you're a virtuous person, believing in illusion. Well, go get it and lose your babies, lose your lives. And people are doing that, They're like flies into the fire now. But if you believe the words of the real devotees who are devoted to the spiritual truth, it's a clear, logical, ecstatic truth. Man, are you going to have a life in this world? You're going to have real life, and you'll have it abundantly. You think it's any different what Jesus said? Is if you find a real guru, it's supposed to be like that. If it ain't, you're in the wrong place. Maya's duping you somehow or other. Is that a good enough explanation there?
Yeah, I loved it. I was drifting away. Like, oh, there we go.
Yeah. Hey, maybe we let some others read. Yeah. Like Lalita, you want to read something?
Right.
Thank you. There, that was a great reading, Christina. I'm so happy that you read like that now. No, it's only going to get better, man.
Thank you too.
Yeah, go on doing that, reading like that forever, man. You won't be a loser. You're putting money in your transcendental bank account. Even Tom's impressed. I can see it. So read whatever you want there, Lolita.
Is there not too much noise in the house here? No, really? Only I hear it.
Yeah, you hear it, but we hear a little bit once in a while. It's all right. Don't worry. It's not really. Okay. It's not bothering.
Okay.
Boy, this Karuna, he's getting more and more. Was he the invisible man now, with visibility? He's got all these bandages over his face and beards.
He's sure he wears a mask now. Okay. Oh my God! What a noise!
It just sounds like somebody farting in the background.
Well, he is farting in the background.
Yeah, it's okay. It doesn't bother me as long as you can deal with it.
It's terrible. Maybe I use a headphone. He can't stop. Work for Krishna. Yeah.
So I'm going to lay down and listen here from the background. I got up really early today too, so I have to I'd be listening though.
Yeah. Nama Om Vishupadaya. Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale. Srimate Bhaktivedanta Paramahamsa Srila Gora Haridas Maharajacharya Iti Namine Namaste Prabhupada Devi Gora Vari Pracharine Nirvishesha Suyamani Pasacha Deja Tarine Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadara Srivasa Nikora Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadara Srivasa Nikora Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 I will read. I just picked out something. Prabhupada books. I think it is Adilila. Yeah, Adilila. Chapter. Let me see what chapter it is. Chapter 13, The Advent of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Jaya,
You guys are
Jaya.
becoming too wealthy.
Oh, why? Thank you. I don't see your face. I don't. Oh my God, Guru Maharaj. Can you believe that I read these books 2 years and a half without understanding one word what I was reading?
Yeah.
And now, little by little,
Yeah.
I understand some verses. Yeah, I'm becoming wealthy,
Yeah.
but it has been a struggle as well.
No, it's all it's in the taste, you know, like you see, it's the honey licking. So when devotees licking the names and just even the name, and you're licking the honey from it, and that's what people pick up. You just sit there, listen, and you get it from the person getting it, and that's it. That's how the transmission's gone. That's the
Well,
Lord came and
mercy.
taught that.
That's
Yeah,
a mercy.
it's great
That's
mercy. It's really. See, and you
real
make
fun.
people wealthy, which is nice. See, this is the wealth is it's a transfer of wealth, transfer
Yeah,
of power to others.
yeah.
It's beautiful. It's a wonderful path.
That's the real wealth, yeah. You're the savior
Yeah,
of the Vaishnavas. That's one of my first revelations I had. You are the savior of the Vaishnavas. If
yeah,
I even
yeah,
live only cleaning toilets, and what to say of all those who recognize and who know those books already? Can you imagine
yeah,
what it will be for them? They would, at least would listen.
yeah. You just got to see. It's the favor of the Lord that allows us to taste this ras, because He's given Himself to us. And
Just
we
me.
just look for the association of those who are favored by that much mercy. It's a special mercy to teach like Lord Chaitanya taught, and then deliverance is so easy and so fast. See, like it was back then, because we're tasting this, what he tasted. I mean, not to hit the hit. He was Radharani. Not even the gopis could, experience what his level. But still, we get something, and just a drop of that liberates you and many others.
Every drop is like elixir because when you drink it, you get understanding. It's like they open your intelligence, the little stupid brain of me. They put some knowledge inside Krishna, put some some understanding and some big amount of an explosion of love. I wish to create the creation of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, by whose mercy even one who is fallen can describe the pastimes of the Lord. See? Glory. Oh, glory to Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Oh, glory to Advaita Chandra. Oh, glory to Advaita Chandra. Oh, glory to Nityananda Prabhu. Oh, glory. Oh, glory to Kadasara Pandita. Oh, glory to Kadasara Pandita. Oh, glory to Srivasa Thakur. Oh, glory to Mukunda Prabhu and Vasudeva Prabhu. And oh, glory. Oh, glory. Oh, glory to Harita. To Haridas Thakur. Oh, glory to Swarupa Damodara and Murari Gupta. All these brilliant moods. All these brilliant moods have together dissipated the darkness of this material world. Oh, glory to the moons who are devotees of the principal moon, Lord Chaitanya Chandra. Chaitanya Chandra. Their bright moonshine illuminates the entire universe. Thus I have spoken the preface of Chaitanya Charitamrita. Now I shall describe Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes in chronological order. First, let me give a synopsis of the Lord's pastimes, then I shall describe them in detail. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu inventing himself in a Oh, glory to Navadvita. He was visible for 48 years, enjoying his pastimes. For 24 years, Lord Chaitanya lived in the Gyastra ashram, always engaging in the pastimes of the Hare Krishna movement. After 24 years, he accepted the renounced order of life, Sayasa, and he resided for 24 years more Jagannath Puri, oh glory to Jagannath Puri. Glory. Oh glory to Jagannath Puri. Of these last 24 years, he spent the first 6 years continuously touring India. Sometimes in South India, sometimes in Bengal, and sometimes and sometimes in Vrindavan. Oh glory! Oh glory to Vrindavan! For the remaining 80 years, he continuously stayed with Jagannath Puri. Chanting the nectarian Hare Krishna Mahamantra. He inundated everyone there in a flood, in a flood of love of Krishna. The pastimes of his household life, they are known as Adilila. His later pastimes are known as Madhya Lila and Antya Lila, or the middle and the final pastimes. All the pastimes enacted by Lord Shri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his Adi Lila were recorded in summary form by Murari Gupta. I want to read about this event. Let's see where it starts. Yeah. I offer my respectful obeisances until the full moon evening in the month of Arjuna, an auspicious time, full of auspicious, when Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu presented himself with the chanting of the holy name, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. On the full moon evening in the month of Arjuna, when the Lord took birth, coincidentally, there was also a lunar eclipse. In jubilation, everyone was chanting the holy name of the Lord, Hari Hari. And Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then appeared after first causing the appearance of the holy name. At his birth, in his childhood, in his early and later boyhood, as well as in his youth, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, under different pleas, induced people to chant the holy name of Hari. In his childhood, when the Lord was crying, he would stop immediately upon hearing the holy names of Krishna and Hari. All the friendly ladies who came to see the child would chant the holy names, Hari, Hari, as soon as the child would cry. He actually had this real mood of the devotee, like Radharani, who only, as a baby, only wanted to open her eyes when she saw Krishna. And that's actually the same here. He wanted to hear the names of the Lord, being there as a devotee. When all the ladies saw this fun, they enjoyed laughing, and they called the Lord Gora Hari. Since then, Gora Hari became another of his names. His childhood lasted until the date of Hatakadi, the beginning of his education, and his age from the end of his childhood until he married is called Boganda. After his youth, his marriage, his suit began. And in his suit, he induced everyone to chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra anywhere and everywhere. During his Poganda age, he became a serious student and also taught disciples. In this way, he used to explain the holy name of Krishna everywhere. But I want to come back on his, when he was born, because it was an auspicious time. And I saw there was a purpose, but ding, ding, ding. Where is this purpose? Because when the Lord is born, everything is auspicious and fantastic and illuminated, and but I can't see if there is a purpose here. I can't find it. I can't find it. Yeah. Whatever. Whatever. After his marriage, his youth began. And in his youth, he induced everyone to chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra anywhere and everywhere. During his Poganda age, he became a serious student and also taught disciples in this way. He used to explain the holy name of Krishna everywhere. When teaching a course on grammar and explaining it with notes, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught his disciples about the glories of Lord Krishna. All explanations culminated in Krishna, and his disciples would understand them very easily. Thus his influence was wonderful. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was a student, he asked whoever he met to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. In this way, he inundated the whole town of Navadvip with the chanting of Hare Krishna. Navadvip was much bigger than it is now. The Navadvip Dam is but a part of the whole of Navadvip. Navadvip means 9 islands, and these 9 islands, which occupy an area of land estimated 32 square miles. Yeah, it was a big environment actually. Just prior to his youthful life, he began the Sankirtan movement day and night. He used to dance in ecstasy with his devotees. The Sankirtan movement went on from one part of the town to another as the Lord wandered everywhere performing Kirtan. In this way, he inundated the whole world by distributing love of Godhead, and this is what Sachi dreamed about, that we would do this again, that we are uh, doing a big Sankirtan movement again, and that we will have a very big Kirtan. Like I had the revelation that Guru Maharaj is the savior of the Vaishnavas. He had this lucid dream or vision that we would have a big Sankirtan movement all over the world, and it's true already. It's spread all over the world because we have devotees from all over the world, not only in the United States or not only in India. We have representatives of this movement, disciples of Lord of Guru Maharaj, and of course of Lord Chaitanya, spread all over the world. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he lived in the Navadvip area for 24 years. And he induced every person to chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra and thus merge a love of Krishna. And that's actually very, very powerful if you have a Sankirtan movement in which you really immediately give something to the world, that they merge immediately in love of Krishna. Don't you think it's more powerful than book distribution. You can give the book as well, because now read about the pastimes. This is the book now. But here, like for me, I didn't understand what I was reading. The books were in English. I didn't understand English. But and I went in the temple and I followed those lectures, and they were in English as well. I didn't understand one word. My generation didn't have English in school, so it didn't work. There was something. I had a certain satisfaction, but the Lord reciprocates. He when He knows that actually you're mature enough and ripe and ready and have the desire to have the Lord, then suddenly you get a big amount of mercy, unexpected, unasked, just out of the air, poof. Um, like even Lord Chaitanya gave the mercy to a dog, to everybody who was around. And actually, that's what we experience here now again. That's why I call this mission always the revival of Lord Chaitanya. Um, Siragora Haridas is capable to just deliver this ecstasy of the Lord so that you merge in love of Krishna. And automatically, who can deny this then? Who can deny love of God when living water is streaming through your body all the time? Then automatically you become a very powerful preacher, because you can talk about what happened to you and not about what's supposed to be happen later in the past, what you read about. Here, we are witnesses. We are real witnesses, and we can say, listen, there. My God, the representative of God is really working. Krishna gave him the order, Lord Prabhupada gave him the order. This is powerful. Love of God is present in the world. The Holy Spirit is delivered, and nobody has to die for it first. Nobody has to merit it. Just be around and go with both hands and be receptive and say, thank you, my Lord. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Oh my God. Now I'm going to serve you with so much pleasure, because devotional service is a pleasure, not a duty. For his remaining 24 years, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, after accepting the renounced order of life, he stayed at Jagannath Puri with his devotees. For 6 of these 24 years in Nilachala, he distributed love of Godhead by always chanting and dancing. Actually, he didn't show the hard work and the, the rules and the regulations. He showed the joy. He showed the pleasure. He danced. He was chanting in ecstasy, showing the symptoms of ecstatic love to infect others, because it's by seeing the symptoms, that it's by by hearing the sound vibrations. When somebody is deeply merged in devotions, is by being witness of that the soul will wake up, that the soul says, where did I hear this before? This sounds familiar. I want this. This sounds like home. I want to be there. And that's actually what Lord Chaitanya did, what has been forgotten, and what now Guru Maharaj is doing again. Beginning from Cape Comorin and extending through Bengal to Vrindavan. During these 6 years, he toured all of India, chanting, dancing, and distributing love of God. Chanting, dancing, and distributing, just witnessing, just showing the joy of life to the world. The activities of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his travels after he accepted sannyas are his principal path. His activities during his remaining 18 years are called Antya-lila, or the final portion of his pastimes. For 6 of the 18 years, he continuously stayed in Jagannath Puri. He regularly performed kirtan, inducing all the devotees to love Krishna simply by chanting and dancing. For the remaining 12 years, he stayed in Jagannath Puri. He taught everyone how to taste the transcendental mellow ecstasy of love of Krishna by tasting it himself. And this is what we see again. He taught it everyone how to taste the transcendental mellow ecstasy of love of Krishna by tasting it himself, by showing, and by teaching it by example. You can't teach anybody to swim if you don't show how to swim. You can't go to the swimming school um, if nobody shows you how to swim. They are not just dropping you in the swimming pool and say, come on, now swim by yourself. They show you how it goes, and that's the same here. That's why I was so surprised in India that when I went to the crying school, that everybody was dry. I was the only one who was crying, and they were looking at me, what are you doing? Are you trying to prove yourself? Do you think you're better than Guru? Guru doesn't show. Guru showed something else. He showed his clothes and he showed, really, I'm not exaggerating. He had loads of flower garlands around his neck. He was already a strong man, and then all those garlands, and he was teaching it. And no tears, no tears. And I was sitting there just taking distance from what I was hearing, and I was really going into inside what I learned with my Guru Maharaj, and I started crying, not because I was sad, but because I was happy, and because I was tasting one of my chanting actually that I was doing inside day and night. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu felt separation from Krishna. Day and night, he felt separation from Krishna, manifesting symptoms of this separation. He cried and he talked very inconsistently, like a madman. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Yes. Srimati Radharani talked inconsistently when she met Uddhava. So also Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu relished both day and night such ecstatic talk in the mood of Srimati Radharani. The Lord used to read the books of Vidyapati, Jayadeva, and Chandidasa, relishing their songs with his confidential associates, like Sri Ramananda Raya and Sarupa Damodara Goswami. His separation from Krishna. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He relished all these ecstatic activities, and thus he fulfilled his own desires. The pastimes of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are unlimited. How much can a small living entity elaborate about those transcendental pastimes? In Sesaranga Ananta personally were to make the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya into sutras. Even with his thousands of mouths, there is no possibility that he could find their limit. Devotees like Sarupa Damodara and Murari Gupta have recorded all the principal pastimes of Lord Chaitanya in the form of notes after deliberate consideration. Vrindavan Das Thakur, or all the names of those authors. The transcendental pastimes of Lord Chaitanya have actually been relished by Srila Vrindavan Thakur. Oh glory to Vrindavan Thakur. I'm simply trying to show the remnants of food left by him. My dear devotees of Lord Chaitanya, let me now write a synopsis of the Adi Lila. I write of these pastimes in brief because it's not possible to describe them in full. I will leave it until getting late. It's almost 5. We have 5 hours live, I think. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. I don't know where Guru Maharaj is. I think he's asleep now. I will leave it.
Batter up, Tom. Batter up.
Sorry?
Tom, get up there. Chant some glories there. Read some Chaitanya Bhagavat.
Okay. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Shri Vasari, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Shri Vasari, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Gaura Haridas, Jai Gaura Hari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Gaura Haridas. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare. Therefore, I shall not no longer dispute with you. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. Therefore, I shall no longer dispute with you. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. That's page number 355, Madhyakanda, chapter 9. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Therefore, I shall no longer dispute with you. Lord Chaitanya spoke with a voice made of nectar. Oh. Lord Chaitanya spoke with a voice made of nectar. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, thank you, Lalita Ganga, for teaching me all this. For leading me to this. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Lord Chaitanya spoke with a voice made of nectar. Dear Sridhar, by your unalloyed devotion, you have made me your servant. Dear Sridhar, by your unalloyed devotion, you have made me your servant. Just see how I have now appeared before you in my Mahaprakash, anxious to fulfill your any requests. Therefore I shall no longer dispute with you. I bestow upon you eternal pure devotional service, which is a secret even within the Vedas. I bestow upon you eternal pure devotional service, which is secret even within the Vedas. From the circle of joyous Vaishnavas, from the circle of joyous Vaishnavas, tumultuous sounds arose. From the circle of joyous Vaishnavas, tumultuous sounds arose. Everyone called out in bliss, Jaya, Jaya, Jaya! As they heard Sridhar receive the only boon desired of his pure heart. As they heard Sridhar receive the only boon desired of his pure heart. How may one recognize the true servant of Lord Chaitanya? How may one recognize the true servant of Lord Chaitanya? It is by his possessing wealth. Is it by his possessing wealth? Is it by many followers? Hare Krishna. Oh. Is it by his possessing wealth? Is it by many followers? Is it by material education? Temporary material education, wealth, beauty, fame, and noble family have no actual value. Oh my God. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Again. Temporary material education, wealth, beauty, fame, and noble family have no actual value. Moreover, they only tend to increase false pride, a material illusion without limit. Moreover, they only tend to increase false pride, a material illusion without limit. Misleading, 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 misleading. It's your own fault. Oh, it's your own fault that you are misled. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. At the same time, it's the most beautiful grace. Lord brings back everyone. Ultimately, the Lord brings back everyone. That's my, those are my words. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Temporary material education, wealth, beauty, fame, and noble family have no actual value. Moreover, they only tend to increase false pride and material illusion without limit. Yet Sridhar, who lived most simply by selling bananas and banana roots, by his pure devotion was able to see the Supreme Lord before him, willing to fulfill his any request. The unlimited Supreme Lord, the unlimited Supreme Lord, whom even millions of kings cannot see, after millions of universal ages. The unlimited Supreme Lord, whom even millions of kings cannot see, after millions of universal ages. False pride in material assets and an aversion to the pure devotional service of the transcendent Lord only leads one to a title, to a life, oh my God, the glasses, of material sense enjoyment. Again, false pride in material assets and an aversion to the pure devotional service of the transcendent Lord only lead one to a life of material sense enjoyment. Thus, one is quickly degraded to the terrible depths of material consciousness. May one then know one's fearful future. May one then know one's fearful future. A proud ignoramus who mocks the devotees of the merciful Lord. A proud ignoramus who mocks the devotees of the merciful Lord. Considering them fools or people suffering in paucity, surely goes to the hellish region known as Kumbipak. That is the inevitable punishment for his transgressions. Who has the ability to comprehend the unlimited glories of the Vaishnavas at whose lotus feet all mystic perfections await to perform service? Who has the ability to comprehend the unlimited glories of the Vaishnavas at whose lotus feet all mystic perfections await to perform service? By their devotional service, the fruit of every austerity is easily available to them. By their devotional service, the fruit of every austerity is easily available to them, and yet they are disinterested. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Zie daar the banana leaf seller elegantly bears witness to this eternal truth. Zie daar the banana leaf seller elegantly bears witness to this eternal truth. Avoiding the 8 mystic perfections, he asked for only pure, uninterrupted devotion to his dearmost Lord. Wow. Avoiding the 8 mystic perfections, he asked for only pure, uninterrupted devotion to his dearmost Lord. Wow. The wow is not in the book. If one should see a Vaishnava suffering by worldly estimation, if one should see a Vaishnava suffering by worldly estimation, one should know that his suffering is not material. For the Vaishnava sees everything in the service of his Lord. Wow. Whoa, there's a lot of nectar in this sentence. Oh my God. If one should see a Vaishnava suffering, if one should see a Vaishnava suffering by worldly estimation, one should know that his suffering is not material. For the Vaishnava sees everything in the service of this Lord. So in essence, he's not suffering. If one should see a Vaishnava suffering by worldly estimation, one should know that his suffering is not material. For the Vaishnava sees everything in the service of his Lord. Oh, what was that?
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, you join. Make some
I want
sound.
to say something.
Yes, say it.
If you see a Vaishnava suffering, they're not a Vaishnava.
He can appear materially to be suffering. Yes.
Ah, yeah.
And I heard long time ago. I heard it looked like Jesus. He was suffering on the cross.
Oh my God. Yeah.
But he transcendentally, he was unattached by any material things. So transcendentally, he already had that position that he was not suffering. He was detached from the material, not identified anymore. So it looked as if he was suffering, and by that he caught the attention of the people. But in reality, he was not suffering. He already surpassed that kind of. Hare Krishna. You please say if I'm wrong.
Well, it's a little bit of both. There's a little speculation in there, I think. Basically, this is what the lesson many devotees are learning here. Vaishnavas sometimes suffer, but they see and they teach the example, like, hey man, this is Krishna's mercy. There's a teaching in this. There's a service for Krishna in this, a service for my own development. And, it's just like Prabhupada, he was suffering. He felt pain. He was in pain, man. But still, it was in service of the Lord. And many devotees here are learning that lesson too, because they have bodies, that are suffering, and sometimes they, why is but as we advance, we see, oh, okay, this is, because this. You get a Vaishnava attitude. You take responsibility. Like, okay, yeah, it could be much worse. At least I'm alive. You just think like a Vaishnava more and more by the suffering, and then that's how it is. And so Vaishnavas see, yeah, this is due to, it's a service. It's a service to the Lord. It's a service in showing the attitude that this is all lessons that we're learning. And yeah, and gradually it becomes more tolerant and maybe even transcended. It's so yeah, it's all service. So if we see Vaishnavas here suffering, and a lot of times the devotees think, oh, I shouldn't be suffering because I'm getting ecstasy, I should be like this. Hey man, Krishna, this is a service. Krishna's teaching you how to become a Vaishnava, and through this is a lesson. This is a lesson for you or any of us. We develop that mood. It's in service to the Lord. Well, I can't serve the Lord because of suffering. No, that's the service, is the suffering. So see, it's just an attitude change, and that's the teaching. That's the lesson. See, that's the service. And then, of course, as we, then you might become like Haridas Thakur, and they're whipping him, and he's smiling at everybody because he was so raised in consciousness that he wasn't feeling that, because the Lord was even taking that away from him. So it depends. Okay, so I kind of got to see the all-around thing, or you don't have to, but I thought I'd make a few comments. Okay, go ahead, Tom. You're doing great. It's awesome. Taste some more.
And as we were saying there, that feeling that Jesus Christ is suffering,
yeah.
When you put yourself in that pose of what Christ is offering, what he's sharing to the world, it's just that opens your heart out so much, that breaking of some kind of control of a material body. Just experience to stand there in that mood of Christ, opening your heart and sharing all that out. Absolutely. Vaishnavas don't suffer.
At least the Vaishnavas with great capacity.
Yeah, the different levels of Vaishnavas, and the suffering. If that's happening, it's important. It's a service to Krishna. It's a service for the world.
I think the word suffering has to be examined.
Hare Krishna. Yes. Yes. The word suffering and the word service. Hare Krishna. Thus, such austerities actually become the source of spiritual bliss. I read the previous sentence. If one should see a Vaishnava suffering by worldly estimation, one should know that his suffering is not material. For the Vaishnava sees everything in the service of his Lord. Thus, such austerities actually become the source of spiritual bliss. Okay, yes. Thus, such austerities, yes, that service, that's on my words. Thus, such austerities actually become the source of spiritual bliss. Yet, the fallen souls, blinded by the desire for material sense pleasure, can never comprehend this truth. Yet the fallen souls, blinded by the desire for material sense pleasure, can never comprehend this truth. In fact, the unfortunate souls who are mad with the desire for material education and material wealth cannot even recognize a Vaishnava. Whoa, yes, that's clarification. That's clarifying. In fact, the unfortunate souls who are mad with the desire for material education and material wealth cannot even recognize a Vaishnava. Wow. Similarly, persons who study and even pose as teachers of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Oh, yes. Similarly, persons who study and even pose as teachers of the Srimad Bhagavatam, but do not accept the loving devotional service of the magnanimous Lord, find their intelligence destroyed. Wow. Yes. In the same way, those envious rascals who blaspheme Lord Nityananda certainly walk the path of certain destruction. In the same way, those envious rascals who blaspheme Lord Nityananda certainly walk the path of certain destruction. Glorifying his beloved Lord, glorifying his beloved Lord, Siddhar received his treasured boon. Anyone who hears the description of this pastime will attain the greatest treasure. Oh my God. Anyone who hears the description of this pastime will attain the greatest treasure, pure love for the Supreme Lord, pure love for the Supreme Lord. Those intelligent souls who avoid blasphemy of the saintly Vaishnavas attain Lord Krishna, receiving pure love and devotion for the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord. Blasphemy of the Vaishnavas only brings the greatest sin. Blasphemy of the Vaishnavas only brings the greatest sin. Those pious souls who do not blaspheme the Vaishnavas and engage in the pure devotional service of Lord certainly become very, very fortunate. Those pious souls who do not blaspheme the Vaishnavas and engage in the pure devotional service of Lord certainly become very, very fortunate. Therefore, the true devotees of the Lord, never offend anyone. If just once one calls out, Krishna! If just once one calls out, Krishna! Without offense, then certainly Krishna's sacred name easily delivers one. This is the absolute truth. This is the absolute truth. This is the absolute truth. It's written 3 times. My heart's desire at the sheltering, merciful lotus feet of the Vaishnavas is that Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Sri Nityananda eternally remain my masters, life after life. My heart's desire at the sheltering, merciful lotus feet of the Vaishnavas is that Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Sri Nityananda eternally remain my masters, life after life. The 2 moons, the 2 moons. Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Sri Nityananda are my life and soul. I, Vrindavan Das, sing the glories of their lotus feet. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Wow. Thank you, all devotees. Hare Krishna. Gaura Hari Das, Gaura Hari Dasas. Hare Krishna,
Hare
You have a nice echo. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Shila Gaura Haridas.
Shila Gaura
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Rama Rama. Ora Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna
Is Karuna still on or something?
No, he's gone.
How come I hear all this? Do you hear this feedback or something?
Yes.
Is Karuna still on or something?
We have to use ears.
Okay, I think. Oh, it was Anita's, so I had to mute her because it's some kind of feedback. So go ahead, Tom. Lalita said she was suffering with Karuna, so I had to do something about it. We don't want her to suffer today. Go ahead, Tom.
Yes, okay. I try to tune my guitar onto Karuna's guitar. So I was busy doing that. The chapter finished, but maybe it's nice to read the beginning of this chapter. That's a long one.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Why not? When we know how it ends, it's still nice to start from the beginning. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Madhya Kanda, Chapter 9. The story of Siddhartha. Shall I do this? Oh no, another one. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Say that
Krishna.
again. The story of what?
The story of Siddhartha. I
Yeah,
started.
that's great. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
great. You'll like it. Yeah, it's a very great one.
I was reading the end of this story, but now I feel I had an idea to start from the beginning of the story.
Yeah, good. Good idea.
Sri Gaurachandra is the control. Sri Gaurachandra is the controller of the universe. Sri Gaurachandra is the controller of the universe. Sri Gaurachandra is the controller of the universe. However, not his own sake. However, not his own sake, but for the benefit of everyone, he has accepted the garb of a sannyasi. However, not his own sake, but for the benefit of everyone, he has accepted the garb of a sannyasi. All glory to the son of Jagannath Mishra and Mother Sachi. All glory to his Sankirtana movement. All glory to Lord Chaitanya, the very life of Lord Nityananda. All glory to Lord Chaitanya, the very life of Lord Nityananda. And Gadadhar Pandit. He is the most beloved of Advaita Acharya. He is the most beloved of Advaita Acharya. Srivas Pandit, Jagannath Pandit, Haridas Thakur, Vakreshwara Pandit, Pundarika Vijanidhi, Vasudeva, and Sri Garbha. Be merciful, O Lord, and look upon every living entity graciously. May the Lord and all his associates be glorified, for by hearing about the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya, one immediately attains the supreme goal of devotion, love of Krishna. Please listen attentively to this narration of the Madhya Kanda, because it depicts the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya. Hear now the description of Lord Chaitanya's Mahaprakash Lila, his great revelation, for this fulfills the desires of all Vaishnavas. For this fulfills the desires of all Vaishnavas. The Lord manifested the glorious Sata Prahariya Bhav, the 21 hours of devotional ecstasies. The Lord manifested the glorious Sata Mahariya Bhav, the 21 hours of devotional ecstasies. In this pastime, he wonderfully revealed his different incarnations, his astonishing feasting, and freely gave away pure Krishna Prem to the devotees. All the Vaishnavas honored the Lord in a grand bathing ceremony known as Raja Rajeshwara, which is fit only for the most powerful kings of the universe. All the Vaishnavas honored the Lord in a grand bathing ceremony known as Raja Rajeshwara, which is fit only for the most powerful kings of the universe. One day, Gaura Sundar came to Srivas Pandit's house, accompanied by Nityananda, who was beside himself with joy. Gradually, all the Vaishnavas assembled there. Gaura Sundara, who was engrossed internally, looked about himself just as a regal personality surveys his surroundings with intensely powerful glances. The devotees could perceive the Lord's mood, and immediately they started a loud kirtan. Gradually, all the Vaishnavas assembled there. Gaurasundara, who was engrossed internally, looked about himself just as a regal personality surveys his surroundings with intensely powerful glances. The devotees could perceive the Lord's mood, and immediately they started a loud kirtan. On previous days, the Lord Hare Krishna. On previous days, the Lord would dance in the ecstasy of a devotee, servant of the Supreme Lord. On previous days, the Lord would dance in the ecstasy of a devotee servant of the Supreme Lord. Then, changing that mood momentarily, he would reveal his identity as the omnipotent Supreme Lord. That mood would also quickly change. He would again revert to the mood of a devotee. However, today, to the good fortune of the assembled devotees, the Lord stood up as if to dance as usual, but then instead sat on the throne of Sri Vishnu. Wow. Wow. On previous occasions, the Lord would sit on Sri Vishnu's throne, immersed in devotional ecstasy, as if unaware of his own conduct. Not so today. Today, he did not conceal his real identity with the cloak of his internal energy, but instead sat on the throne continuously for 21 hours. The devotees stood in front of him with folded hands and hearts, effervescent with joy. It was a wonderful sight. It was a wonderful sight. Devotees were fully content. The devotees were fully content. Spontaneously they expressed. we have entered Vaikuntha. The Lord said amidst all, the Lord said amidst all, as the Lord of Vaikuntha, and everyone present became free from the influence of the material illusionary potency. The Lord said amidst all, as the Lord of Vaikuntha, and everyone present became free from the influence of the material illusionary potency. Lord Chaitanya instructed, Hare Krishna. Lord Chaitanya instructed, sing the bathing song. Sing the bathing song. The devotees were very pleased and began to sing. The devotees were very pleased and began to sing. In time with the song, the Lord gently swayed his head from side to side and showered the devotees with merciful glances. Responding to the Lord's mood, the devotees performed the Abhishek bathing ceremony. First, the devotees brought water from the Ganga and strained it. Then, in the correct proportions, they add musk, sandalwood paste, saffron, and camphor, feeling increasing love for the Lord. Feeling increasing love for the Lord, they carefully prepared all the items. They carefully prepared all the items. When ready with jubilant shouts, they began the ceremony and chanted the appropriate maniras. Lord Nityananda was the first to pour water upon the Lord's head. Lord Nityananda was the first to pour water upon the Lord's head. In great pleasure, he kept repeating, Jaya, Jaya. Other leading devotees like Advaita Charya and Shrivas Pandit bathed the Lord, chanting the famous Purusha Shukta prayers. The devotees of Lord Gauranga are very well versed in the scriptural sciences, and they poured the water to the accompaniment of suitable verses, suitable Vedic hymns and mantras. Oh, Mukunda, Mukunda, Mukunda and others were sweetly singing the bathing ceremony song, while other devotees wept and danced, overwhelmed with happiness. The respectable and chaste wives were ululating with joy. The entire assembly was immersed in an ocean of bliss. The Lord of Vaikuntha, Sri Gauranga, remained seated. The Lord of Vaikuntha, Sri Gauranga, remained seated, and the devotees, one by one, poured water upon his head, bathing the Lord. Usually on such religious occasions, 108 pots of water are required. but today that number was far exceeded. Even the demigods arrived. Even the demigods arrived, not wanting to miss the opportunity, not wanting to miss the opportunity to make spiritual progress. Oh my God. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Even the demigods arrived, not wanting to miss the opportunity to make spiritual progress. But they maintained a disguise, preferring not to be recognized. A drop of water offered to the Lord's lotus feet, even just in meditation, is sufficient to ward off the punishment given out by the god of death, Yamaraj. A drop of water offered to the Lord's lotus feet, even just in meditation, is sufficient to ward off the punishment given out by the god of death, Yamaraj. What then can be said about the good fortune of the devotees who, by being present, were able to bathe the Lord directly? All the servants and maidservants of Srivas Pandit's house also engaged in bringing water for the Lord. The wonderful result one enjoys from serving the Lord was amply proved by one incident. The wonderful result one enjoys from serving the Lord was amply proved by one incident. One of the maidservants, a pious woman named Duki, said, was one of the water carriers. The Lord saw her actively engaged and told her, bring more. The Lord was so impressed with her devotional attitude that he changed her name to Suki, happy, indicating she had taken away her distress. Having bathed the Lord, accompanied by the chanting of the Vedic mantras, Hare Krishna, oh, it sounds so simple. Hare Krishna. He just transformed her from Duki to Suki. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Having bathed the Lord, accompanied by the chanting of the Vedic mantras, the devotees dried his body. Okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. They dressed him in fresh new clothes. They dressed him in fresh new clothes and smeared his exquisite transcendental body with fragrant sandalwood paste. They cleaned Lord Vishnu's throne, and after everything was arranged properly, the Lord sat there upon that throne, which was truly his. Which was truly his. Lord Nityananda held the umbrella over the Lord's head. Lord Nityananda held the umbrella over the Lord's head, while one of the more fortunate devotees began to whisk the Lord with the chamara. Kamara. The devotees assembled the paraphernalia for worship of the Lord and began to offer arati, worship to him. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. That tray of offering was packed with charanamrita. That tray of offering was packed with charanamrita, fruits, achamaniya, incense, fragrant oil lamp, new clothes, and the brahmana thread, etc. As customary, they worship him with the 16 ingredients specified in the Shastra. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Applying sandalwood paste to tulasi manjaris, they offered them at his lotus feet. The Gopala mantra, consisting of 10 syllables, was chanted whilst worship was offered. All the rules of his particular worship. Haribol. Welcome. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. All the rules of this particular worship were strictly followed, as all the devotees offered their prayers to him. Advaita Acharya and all the stalwart associates of the Lord fell before the Lord's feet like rods, offering full obeisances to him. All the devotees were experiencing deep spiritual love for the Supreme Lord, and tears cascaded down their cheeks. Mingling and flowing like a river, they constantly chanted verses eulogizing the Lord. The Lord heard everything with great satisfaction. They prayed, "All glories to the Lord of the universe. Kindly direct your merciful glance upon this world, now ablaze with the threefold sufferings. Kindly direct your merciful glance upon this world, now ablaze with the threefold sufferings." All glory to the original cause of everything. All glory to the original cause of everything. Maintainer of everyone. Maintainer of everyone. You have advanted to inaugurate the congregational chanting of the holy name and re-establish the Sanatan Dharma of the Vedas. You have advanted to inaugurate the congregational chanting of the holy name and re-establish the Sanatan Dharma of the Vedas. You are the protector of the pious and original supreme soul of all the 14 worlds. Well, all glory to Lord Chaitanya. All glory to Lord Chaitanya, for he is the Redeemer of the most fallen souls. For he is the Redeemer of the most fallen souls, an ocean of transcendental qualities, an ocean of transcendental qualities, the supreme shelter of the meek and poor, the supreme shelter of the meek and poor. All glory to Lord Chaitanya, who is Rajendra Nandana Krishna. Hare Krishna, who expands as Lord Vishnu, who expands as Lord Vishnu and lies on the ocean of milk as Kshirodakashayi Vishnu. He appears as an incarnation for the pleasure of his devotees. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. I need some more light. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, glory to Lord Chaitanya, for he is the Redeemer for the most fallen souls, an ocean of transcendental qualities, the supreme shelter of the meek and poor. All glory to Lord Chaitanya, who is Rajendra Nandana Krishna, who expands as Lord Vishnu and lies on the ocean of milk as Kshiro Dakashayi Vishnu. He appears as an incarnation for the pleasure of his devotees. All glories to Sri, all glories to Lord Gauranga, who is the original, inconceivable, imperceptible, absolute. He is ever transcendentally situated. He is ever transcendentally situated. The all-compassionate, Supreme Person. All glory to Sri Chaitanya, Supreme Person. All glory to Sri Chaitanya. He was born in a family of Brahmanas, as the crest jewel of that caste, and liberates the entire Brahmana population. He was born in a family of Brahmanas, as the crest jewel of that caste, and liberates the entire Brahmana population. He is the origin of the Vedic religion. He is the origin of the Vedic religion, the life and soul of every living entity. The life and soul of every living entity. All glory to Lord Chaitanya, who saved Arjuna from an inglorious death and gave liberation to the Dinmanas Putana. All glory to Lord Chaitanya, who saved Arjuna from an inglorious death and gave liberation to the Dinmanas Putana. All glories to Lord Chaitanya, who never sees the fault of the living entity. All glories to Lord Chaitanya, who never sees the faults of the living entity. Hare Krishna. He is the husband of the goddess of fortune. He is the husband of the goddess of fortune. With such choice words, the devotees praised the Lord. With such choice words, the devotees praised the Lord. The Lord's servitors were drowning in an ocean of bliss. The Lord's servitors were drowning in an ocean of bliss. Seeing Lord Chaitanya manifest this extraordinary mood. Seeing Lord Chaitanya manifest this extraordinary mood. The Lord mercifully removed the veil of Maya from everyone's heart and offered his lotus feet to be worshipped by his devoted servant. The Lord mercifully removed the veil of Maya from everyone's heart and offered his lotus feet to be worshipped by the devoted servant. Some Hare Krishna. Some devotees brought sweetly perfumed oil. Some devotees brought sweetly perfumed oil and smeared it on the Lord's lotus feet. Some devotees brought sweetly perfumed oil and smeared it on the Lord's lotus feet. Others worshipped him with offerings of tender tulasi leaves. More again came to offer precious gems, gold and silver ornaments, and respectfully paid obeisances at his feet. Many valuable gifts were offered to the Lord, while blue and bright yellow silken clothes. Many valuable gifts were offered to the Lord, white, blue, and bright yellow silken clothes. A variety of precious metal containers were placed as offerings at the lotus feet of the Lord. The gifts were countless. All the household servants in Srivas Pandit's house, by dint of serving that pure Vaishnava, could now directly serve Lord Gaurachandra's lotus feet, which are desired by all. Even Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and Lakshmi Devi aspire for such an opportunity. They offered many items of worship to the Lord without fear or hesitation, the Lord having removed their reverential mood. They brought unhusked rice, tulasi, durva, grass, musk, saffron, camphor, and varieties of fruits, fragrant blossoms, and sandalwood, placing them all at his lotus feet. Each one worshipped according to the inclination of his heart. Each one worshipped according to the inclination of his heart, following the different rules of worship. Then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Supreme Lord of Vaikuntha, exhibited another of his extraordinary pastime. He said to the devotees, "Bring something, I want to eat," and held out his hand. Whatever the devotees offered, he consumed. The different Vaishnavas brought a variety of foodstuffs to eat: banana, moong dal, yogurt, sweet condensed milk, butter, and milk. They placed it all in the hands of the Lord, who undisturbed ate everything. Some of the devotees hurried to the market and rushed back with the choicest of articles. They offered the Lord coconuts, a variety of milk sweets in huge quantities, blackberries, green melons, and sugar cane. Some even brought water from the Ganges. The Lord ate everything. Seeing the Lord was happily eating everything they presented generous helpings of more delicate delicacies many times over. Hundreds of devotees gave gallons of Ganges water. Hundreds of devotees gave gallons of Ganges water. And the Lord, who is the greatest of all of the mystics, drank it all. And the Lord, who is the greatest of all the mystics, drank it all. Hundreds of barrels of yogurt, sweet condensed milk, hundreds of bunches of bananas, huge amounts of mangdal, mountains of milk sweet preparation, camphor, betel, fruits, and nuts were instantly consumed by the Lord in front of the amazed and gaping devotees. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. The Lord contentedly ate everything offered to him, and one by one revealed the details of the pastimes of the various devotees. The Lord contentedly ate everything offered to him, and one by one revealed the details of the pastimes of the various devotees. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. When the devotees heard their individual stories, they remembered their earlier days and fell to the ground in ecstasy. When the devotees heard their individual stories, they remembered their earlier days and fell to the ground in ecstasy. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. The Lord addressed Srivas Pandit. Do you remember? You used to hear lectures on the Srimad Bhagavatam at Devananda Pandit's house. Every line of the Bhagavatam is saturated with the divine nectar of Krishna Prem. So your heart melted upon hearing those recitations of the Bhagavatam. You cried loudly and fell unconscious to the ground. The neophyte and ignorant students, not knowledgeable about, not knowledgeable in the matters of bhakti yoga, could not understand the reason for your extraordinary behavior. You are so engrossed within yourself in the ecstasy of love of Krishna, oblivious to the external world, that you did not even know that they had carried you outside. Devananda Pandit, their teacher, witnessed the entire happening without dissuading his students. Since he himself was inexperienced in the science of Krishna consciousness, it is to be expected that his students were the same. Since he himself was inexperienced in the science of Krishna consciousness, it is to be expected that his students were the same. Upon waking and finding yourself outside on the street, you picked yourself up and returned home feeling sad. Your sadness persisted, and so you prefer to be alone. Nevertheless, you constantly desired to read the Bhagavatam again and again. Seeing your sorrowful state, I descended from Vaikuntha into your heart. Seeing your sorrowful state, I descended from Vaikuntha into your heart and made you weep with the ecstatic emotions of your love for me. You experienced happiness again by reading the Bhagavatam, and your tears submerged the place where you sat. When Srivas Pandit heard this, he was overcome with emotions and fell to the ground, crying and drooling, breathing fast and heavily. In this way, the Lord spoke to Advaitacharya Prabhu and different devotees and brought back to them a recollection of their earlier days. He submerged the devotees in an ocean of bliss, while he sat on his throne chewing betel leaf. The devotees danced and performed kirtana, singing Jaya Sachinandana. All glories to the Son, Mother Sachi. If perchance a devotee were absent, immediately the Lord would have him brought before him. If perchance a devotee were absent, immediately the Lord would have him brought before him. He would put his hand out and say, "Give me something to eat." Whatever was offered to him, he would eat it completely. Then the Lord would say, "Do you remember that night I came to you as a doctor and sat next to your bed? I cured your fever." Upon hearing this from the Lord, the devotees would fall down overwhelmed by uncontrollable spiritual emotion. Upon hearing this from the Lord, devotees would fall down overwhelmed by uncontrollable spiritual emotions. Ah, take something. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Seeing Ganga Das, the Lord said, "Does your mind not recall that night when you were escaping from the Muslim king, fearing capture?" Oof. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Your whole family was accompanying you, and when you arrived at the ferry jetty, there were no boats. You were in great dilemma. The night was turning to dawn, and still no boats were in sight. You began weeping in anxiety. You shuddered, you shuddered at the thought that the Muslim might molest your family in your presence, and so it was better to drown in the Ganges. You thought, "Ah." At that moment I appeared as a boatman. Oh my God. At that moment I appeared as a boatman. My God. At that moment I appeared as a boatman, rowing a boat towards you. Your spirits lifted, seeing the approaching boat. You spoke to me, the boatman, with affection, saying, "My dear brother, please take me across. I surrender my body, wealth, life, everything to you. I solely depend upon you. Here are a couple of rupees for your endeavor. Take me and my family to safety. Then I ferried you." Then I ferried you and your family across and returned to my eternal Vaikuntha abode. Ganga Das was carried on the waves of blissful ecstasy by hearing the Lord. Ganga Das was carried on the waves of blissful ecstasy by hearing the Lord. Such are the wonderful pastimes of Karasundara. The Lord continued, "Do you do you recall that incident? He was so worried and I came to your rescue and brought you across. Gangadas, unable to contain himself further, fell to the ground and rolled about in ecstasy. Lord Chaitanya, the Lord of Vaikuntha, was sitting on his throne. Lord Chaitanya, the Lord of Vaikuntha, was sitting on his throne, his body covered with sandalwood paste and nicely decorated with fragrant flower garlands. One of his dear servants was fanning him, another arranged his hair. Some others were preparing battle and offering it to him. Many more were dancing in ecstasy around him. The passing of the entire day, the passing of the entire day, and how the darkness of the night stole in, went unnoticed. Then suddenly realizing that it was night, the devotees got busy lighting up the lamps and offered them in worship at the lotus feet of the Lord. They began to perform kirtana, playing kartalas, retalas, gongs, conch shells, mridanga drums, and stringed instruments. The Lord continued sitting in a benevolent mood, but remained silent in spite of the various activities of the devotees. Devotees offered different kinds of flowers at his lotus feet. Devotees offered different kinds of flowers at his lotus feet and prostrated themselves before him, saying, "O Lord, protect me." Some devotees prayed to the Lord with great humility. Others were singing loudly in praise of the Lord. Jubilant calls, shouts, and cries were the only sounds one could hear. During these moments, everyone in the assembly experienced such incredible, indescribable, and wonderfully elated feelings that they felt immediately transported to Vaikuntha. In this way, the Lord exhibited the mood of supreme opulence, whilst all the devotees stood encircling him with their hands folded in reverence. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. Wow. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. However, Gaurasundara behaved in a casual manner with his disciples. However, Gaurasundara behaved in a casual manner with his disciples, placing his lotus feet upon them. In this manner, he performed his transcendental pastimes. In this manner, he performed his transcendental pastimes. Being in his munificent mood, Gaurasundara was ready to disburse boons to his devotees as they surrounded him with folded hands. As he performed his pastime of 21 hours of ecstasy, The Lord showered his causeless mercy upon all. The Lord then ordered, "Go and bring Sridhar immediately. Let him see my opulence. He constantly thinks about me in separation. I want him to come right away. Go to the outskirts of town. Sit there and listen for someone who is calling for me. Bring him here to me." The Vaishnavas rushed to fulfill the Lord's order and went in the direction of the residence. Now hear some stories about Sridhar, how he makes a living by selling cola, the trunk of a banana tree. He buys the whole cola trunk and sells it on after cutting it into short pieces. Wow. In a day, half of whatever is profit he spends in buying offerings for Mother Ganga. The other half he uses to maintain himself. This is the test of a true devotee of the Supreme Lord. Just like Yudhishthira Maharaj, Siddhar is a most honest and truthful person. He always quotes the correct price of his wares and never once wavers from it. Those customers who know this buy from him at whatever price he quotes. In this humble way, this great soul lives in Navadvip, known to people only as the cola seller. However, his real self is unknown to all. He spends the entire night engrossed in chanting the holy name of Krishna, getting everything, including sleep. His atheistic neighbors protest, saying, "We cannot sleep in the night." Siddhar's screaming chatters the eardrums. That poor vagabond cannot fill his body, and so now, in the night, he is kept awake by the pangs of hunger. Speaking in this manner, the atheistic neighbors are inviting sure doom for themselves. But unper- unperturbed, unperturbed, Sridhar continues his spiritual activities and remains ever joyful. With overflowing love for Krishna, he loudly chants the holy name all night long. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa. Looking for Sridhar, the devotees had covered only half the way to his house. Looking for Sridhar, the devotees had covered only half the way to his house, but could already hear his loud chanting. Following the voice, they came to Sridhar's house. They said to him, "Please come on, please come with us, O Holy One, and meet Lord Chaitanya. We are greatly blessing. We are greatly blessed being in your august presence." Hearing mention of Lord Chaitanya, Sridhar became overwhelmed with ecstatic feelings and fell unconscious to the ground. Quickly the devotees picked him up and very slowly and gently led him to the Lord. Sri Chaitanya was extremely happy to see Sridhar and called loud warm invitations to him, saying, "Come, come, you have amply worshipped me. Many lifetimes you have spent in my devotional service. Many lifetimes you have spent in my devotional service. In this life, you have rendered abundant devotional service. I have tasted your cola countless times, many times. I took different things from your hands. You have forgotten the many verbal exchanges we had. We have had. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Hare Hare. Wow, Hare Krishna. What are we doing this time? Reading. When Lord Chaitanya was manifesting his pastimes as a scholar, when Lord Chaitanya was manifesting his pastimes as a scholar, he often acted in a bold and insolent manner. During this time, hiding his real identity, the Lord would daily enjoy Siddhara's company under the pretext of bargaining with him. He would go to his shop to purchase bananas and plates, etc. Daily, the two would argue about the price for several hours, and finally the Lord would return with his purchases bought at half the actual price. The truthful Siddhara was quoted the corrected price, but the Lord would pick out the goods himself and pay only half the actual price. This would excite Siddhar, who would jump up and try to take the goods back from the Lord. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. The Lord would then say, "Why, my dear brother Siddhar, you are a renounced person, but I think you are also very rich." If so, why do you try to snatch away these things from me, from my hand? Also, I am surprised that in all this time you did not know who I am, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Chaitanya, would see no trace of anger on Sridhara's face, and so he would again snatch away the articles. Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Chaitanya, would see no trace of anger on Sridhara's face, and so he would again snatch away the articles. Gaurasundara always looked so beautiful that he could captivate even the mind of Cupid. His fine forehead was decorated with the radiant tilak marks. He wore his dhoti in a most attractive manner, tucking it in 3 different places. His earrings were nicely designed and slightly slanting. The Lord's temporal, the Lord's temperamental eyes were both extremely agile and restless. Wow. The shining white Brahman thread went elegantly around his shoulder. Shining white Brahman thread went elegantly around his shoulder. Anantashesh had accepted this very thin form of a Brahmin thread to decorate the Lord. Anantashesh had accepted this very thin form of a Brahmin thread to decorate the Lord. He would smile at Sridhar with cherry lips rendered from chewing battle, and again pick up the articles that were to be bought. Once Sridhar said to the Lord, Listen, O Brahmana, please forgive me this time. I'm just your dog. The Lord replied, I know you. You are very cunning. You have amassed much money. You have amassed much money by selling these banana plates. Then Sridhar spoke. Are there not any other shops besides mine? Please purchase from them at a cheaper rate. Lord Chaitanya said, I do not want to so easily abandon a steady supplier like you. Give me these plates and then take the money for them. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. Sridhar was helpless against Vishvambara's charm, and so smiled at him, captivated by his extraordinary beauty. Vishvambara continued his arranged being, very pleased with his eternal associate and devotee Sridhar. Lord Chaitanya said, every day you buy offerings for Mother Ganga. Then why can you not sell me your things at a discount? I am the father of the Mother Ganga you worship daily. This truth I am revealing to you. Siddhar was shocked, and upon hearing this, and covered his ears with his palms. He repeated Lord Vishnu's name. And seeing Vishvambara in an insolent mood, gave him the banana plates. In this way, the Lord bargained and fought with Sridhar every day. Sridhar thought of the boy as a very restless young Brahmana boy. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Sridhar finally agreed. I give in to you. I will give you something free of cost. But then please leave me alone. What will I lose if I give away a piece of banana leaf, a banana flower, and a slice of banana root? Lord Chaitanya replied, good, that is enough. Do not give any more. Daily the Lord enjoyed dishes prepared with Sridhara's gift. The Lord loves to receive gifts from his devotees. The Lord loves to receive gifts from his devotees. He never asks for anything from a non-devotee. He never asks for anything from a non-devotee. The Lord had desired to perform this pastime, so by his arrangement he had Sridhar sell Gola. Who can understand these transcendental exchanges between the Supreme Lord and his devotee? No one can realize these supramundane activities without the blessings of the Lord. No one can realize these supramundane activities without the blessings of the Lord. Here in this pastime, the Lord is reminding us of this fact. The Lord Chaitanya said, O Sridhar, behold my beauty. Today I will bestow upon you the 8 mystic perfections. The great devotee Sridhar lifted up his head and saw that Vishwambar had changed his complexion and had become as dark as the bark of a tamala tree. He was holding a flute in his hands, and on his right stood Lord Balaram. The entire scene was engulfed with a glowing radiance. He saw Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva approach their lordships, and whilst offering lotus in battle, they began to recite verses in praise of the Supreme Lord. Anantashesh stood behind the Lord, his hood above the Lord's head, like an umbrella. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Oh my God. Saintly personalities like Sanat Kumar, Narad, and Shukadeva Goswami offered prayers to the Lord. All around, beautiful heavenly damsels with folded hands sang glorifying the Lord. Siddhar, seeing this wonder of wonders, was so astounded that in the next moment he slumped to the ground. The Lord called out Siddhar's name, asking him to rise. Siddhar, upon hearing the Lord's command, awoke from his swoon and stood up. Lord Chaitanya instructed Siddhar, Siddhar, say something in glorification of me. Siddhar then replied, Dear Lord, I am illiterate and foolish. What intelligence do I possess to glorify your lordship? However, the Lord said, Always whatever you speak is glorification to me. By the Lord's order, Mother Saraswati, the goddess of learning, now presided over Sridhara's power of speech, and Sridhara began to glorify the Lord. All glory to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All glory to Lord Vishwambar, the Lord of Navadvip. All glory to the Lord of the entire cosmic manifestation. All glory to the Son of Mother Sachi, Vishwambara. All glory to Lord Chaitanya, whose incarnation and activities are a mystery even in the Veda. He has appeared as the best of the Brahmanas. Taking different forms, he appears in every millennium to uphold the religious principles. Secretly, you went about in Navadvip town, managing and maintaining everything, your real identity unknown to all. It is impossible for anyone to know your real self without your mercy. O Lord, you are the religious principles. O Lord, you are the religious principles, the prescribed duties, devotional service, knowledge, the scriptures, the Vedas, and the object of all meditation. You are the mystic perfections, ever increasing opulence, the enjoying spirit, the path of mystic yoga. You are faith in man. You are faith in man, benevolence, illusion, and greed. You are Indra, the king of heaven, the moon, the fire, and water. You are the sun, the air, wealth, strength, devotion, and liberation. You are Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, O Lord. You are without need of anything, and everything belongs to you. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. You told me earlier that the Mother Ganga that I worship has emanated from your lotus feet. Yet, due to my sinful heart, I could not recognize you. You told me earlier that the Mother Ganga that I worship had emanated from your lotus feet. Yet, due to my sinful heart, I could not recognize you. I had no realization of your supreme position. You are the same supreme personality who previously blessed Goku with your appearance. Now you have again incarnated as the sweet Lord of Navadvip. You are the embodiment of the highest esoteric process. You are the embodiment of the highest esoteric process. That same devotional science you have propagated all over Navadvip. By his devotional service, Bhishma defeated you in battle. By his devotional service, Bhishma defeated you in battle, making you break your promise. In the same way, Mother Yashoda bound you. By her desire and love for you, Satyabhama Devi could purchase you as Lord Krishna for her husband. Captivated by the love of your devotees, you carried the young coward boys upon your shoulders. After living beings of the entire creation carry and cherish the thought of you in their hearts, and yet you carried Sri Dhamma on your shoulders. It is a great secret and mystery how you are defeated by your devotees. It is a great secret and mystery how you are defeated by your devotees. It's a great mystery. It's a great secret and mystery how you are defeated by your devotees. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Limitless millions of universes are manifested simply from your thoughts. Limitless millions of universes are manifested simply from your thoughts. Still, you personally carry the Gopa. Still, you personally carry the Gopa, Sri Dhamma, upon your shoulders. Though unconquerable by even the most powerful of personalities, you are conquered by pure devotional service. Though unconquerable by even the most powerful of personalities, you are conquered by pure devotional service. This is the greatest secret. This is the greatest secret. A secret the unfortunate, fallen people of this world do not understand. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Whoa. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadara Shivasati Gaura Bhakta. The unmotivated devotional service of your loving servant always defeats you. The unmotivated devotional service of your loving servitors always defeats you. Then, having conquered you, such devotional service enters within you and secretly hides as the greatest of treasures. The unmotivated devotional service of your loving servitors always defeats you. Then, having conquered you, such devotional service enters within you and secretly hides as the greatest of treasures. Material illusion cannot touch those engaged in your loving devotional service. Material illusion cannot touch those engaged in your loving devotional service. Your devotees, by their service, easily crush material illusion. Your devotees, by their service, easily crush material illusion into dust, which becomes blown away by the wind as they dance in ecstatic kirtan. See, all the three worlds beg for your loving devotional service. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare. Hearing their sincere cries for your devotional service, devotees conquer your unlimitedly merciful heart. 2 and 4 times over, you become their captive. As you are here, you become their captive. As you hear their entreaties for pure devotion unto your lotus feet. You become their captive as you hear their entreaties for pure devotion unto your lotus feet. Upon hearing Sri Saraswati Devi, the goddess of speech, speak these nectarine words through the mouth of Sridhar, all the Vaishnavas became filled with wonder. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Hare. Then Lord Chaitanya said, Sridhar, ask for a boon. Today I shall give you the 8 mystic powers. They are now tightly in your grip. Siddhar answered, Lord, what will I trade from you? Please do not insist and be peaceful at heart. There is nothing I require. The Lord replied, Look, do you see I am unhappy? However, surely I wish to give you a boon. Speak out whatever is in your heart. Ask repeatedly. Lord Chaitanya entreated his pure devotee. Eventually, to please his Lord, Sridhar spoke. Then, Lord, give me just this one boon. May the enchanting Brahmana boy who argued and gave coins for my banana leaves be my Lord and Master, birth after birth. May the young, restless Brahmana who quarreled fiercely with me about the price of my supplies be my master. May he give me his lotus feet as my only treasure. Repeatedly, offering words of glorification, Sridhar became absorbed in transcendental love, ecstatically raising his arms, his eyes flooded with tears, and he loudly wept. As Sridhar's depth of devotion manifested, the assembled Vaishnavas were similarly overcome with spiritual emotion and wept tears of transcendental ecstasy. Feeling great love for his eternal servitor, Lord Chaitanya smiled and said, Listen, O Sridhar, I shall make you the ruler of a great kingdom. I shall make you a king amongst men. Sridhara responded, I have not the slightest interest. I have not the slightest interest. I only wish that you be my eternal master, and that I may always sing your name in unwavering devotion. Lord Chaitanya spoke with a voice made of nectar. Dear Sridhar, by your unalloyed devotion, you have made me your servant. Just see how I have now appeared before you in my Maha Prakash, anxious to fulfill your any request. Therefore, I shall no longer dispute with you. 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 I bestow upon you eternal, pure devotional service. I bestow upon you eternal, pure devotional service, which is a secret even within the Vedas. From the circle of joyous Vaishnavas, tumultuous sounds arose. Everyone called out in bliss, Jaya, 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 as they heard Sridhar receive the only boon desired of his pure heart. How may one recognize the true servant of Lord Chaitanya? It is by his possessing wealth. Is it by his possessing wealth? Is it by many followers? Is it by material education? Temporary material education, wealth, beauty, fame, and noble family have no actual value. Moreover, they only tend to increase false pride and material illusion without limit. Yet Sridhar, who lived most simply by selling bananas and banana roots, by his pure devotion was able to see the Supreme Lord before him, willing to fulfill his any request. The unlimited Supreme Lord, whom even millions of kings cannot see, after millions of universal ages. False pride in material assets and an aversion to the pure and devotional service of the transcendent Lord only lead one to a life of material sense enjoyment. Thus, one is quickly degraded to the terrible depths of material consciousness. May one then know one's fearful future? A proud ignoramus, a proud ignoramus, who mocks the devotees of the merciful Lord, considering them fools or people suffering in paucity, surely goes to the hellish region known as Kumbipak. Kumbipak. That is the inevitable punishment for his transgression. Who has the ability to comprehend the unlimited glories of the Vaishnavas, at whose lotus feet all mystic perfections await to perform service? Who has the ability to comprehend the unlimited glories of the Vaishnavas, at whose lotus feet all mystic perfections await to perform service? By their devotional service, the food of every austerity is easily available to them, and yet they are disinterested. Sridhar, the banana leaf seller, elegantly bears witness to this eternal truth. Sridhar, the banana leaf seller, elegantly bears witness to this eternal truth. Avoiding the 8 mystic perfections, he asks for only pure, uninterrupted devotion to his dearmost Lord. Hare Krishna. If one should see a Vaishnava suffering by worldly estimation, one should know that this suffering is not material. Well, if one should see a Vaishnava suffering by worldly estimation, one should know that this suffering is not material. For the Vaishnava sees everything in the service of his Lord. Thus, such austerities actually become the source of spiritual bliss. Thus, such austerities actually become the source of spiritual bliss. Yet the fallen souls blinded by the desire for material sense pleasure can never comprehend this truth. Yet the fallen souls blinded by the desire for material sense pleasure can never comprehend this truth. In fact, unfortunate souls who are mad with the desire for material education and material wealth cannot even recognize a Vaishnava. Similarly, persons who study and even pose as teachers of the Srimad Bhagavatam, but do not accept the loving devotional service of the magnanimous Lord, find their intelligence destroyed. In the same way, those envious rascals who blaspheme Lord Nityananda certainly walk the path of certain destruction. Glorifying his beloved Lord Sridhar received this his treasured boon. Glorifying his beloved Lord Sridhar received his treasured boon. Anyone who hears the description of this pastime will attain the greatest treasure, pure love for the Supreme Lord. Those intelligent souls who avoid blasphemy of the saintly Vaishnavas attain Lord Krishna. Those intelligent souls who avoid blasphemy of the saintly Vaishnavas attain Lord Krishna, receiving pure love and devotion for the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord. Blasphemy of the Vaishnavas only brings the greatest sin. Those pious souls who do not blaspheme the Vaishnavas and engage in the pure devotional service of the Lord, certainly become very, very fortunate. Therefore, the true devotees of the Lord never offend anyone. If just once one calls out, Krishna! Without offense, then certainly Krishna's sacred name easily delivers one. This is the absolute truth. This is the absolute truth. This is the absolute truth. My heart's desire at the sheltering, merciful lotus feet of the Vaishnavas is that Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Sri Nityananda eternally remain my masters, life after life. The two moons, Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Sri Nityananda, are my life and soul. I Vrindavan Das sing the glories of their speech. And so finishes Madhyakanta chapter 9. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. I'm very happy. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Why not? Although my hands are cold, although my hands are cold, you are moving circles. You're moving. Although all these bodies are lifeless, you give them life. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
7 hours, man.
Yay!
Think that's enough. What are we doing? Marathons here? 24-hour kirtans? 7 hours. Oh my God, man. That's great. Yeah, Karuna and Tom are the diehards, man. Well, it's Mary Sachi too. Huh? And don't you have something to do there, Sachi? I mean, you're sitting around listening to Hari Katha all morning?
I'm doing what you tell us to do. I'm not sewing or running around or anything.
Yeah, well, it's amazing. Yeah,
and I was enjoying Tom's reading. And I was chatting with him, and
yeah, it's good stuff, huh? Yeah, okay. All right, so I think that's probably good enough. The Facebook, we're bending Facebook over, you know. I don't think anybody's ever did 7-hour videos on Facebook. We'll go in the Guinness Book World Records book. Okay, so we'll see you later. You can start your own there, Tom, if you want to keep going. It's up to you. That's enough on my dime here, man. Hare Krishna. My free dime here. Hey, thank you very much for doing the nice Hari Katha, everybody. Hari Bo. We'll see you a little later. I'm going to go for a walk now.
and thanks